Ooh. Default compatibility? That's what I'm talking about. Buttons and everything? Buttons and everything. Hell yeah. All right, we're good. T598 does not need a setup in this game. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, we're going to recover all of these trucks that we have in this map, because we have a lot. These should just fall to the ground when I do that. Oh, I think it gave me a warning. I think I might have deleted that cargo, but who cares? Who cares? I'll care in 5,000 hours from now when I come back to 100% this map. Just gonna bring this all in. Like that. Chevy CK 1500. I love this thing, dude. It's so good with the wheel pack. Are you drinking the Arvita tea? I am, actually. Yeah, I think they're local to, for sure, Alberta. Are they? Or BC, maybe? It's a Canadian thing. Oh my god, it's local to Calgary. No way. Yeah, this is like an energy tea from Alberta. Not sponsored. We used to sell these at the store that I worked at. And I met the, at one point I had actually met the owners or founders, which was pretty cool. And they're pretty good. I wish they were 0 calories. That's probably my only complaint is that they're not 0 calories, but they're low. I mean, it's a tea, so it's like 40 calories for one, which isn't too bad. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. And yeah, new truck skins. So we got new truck skins that we have to check out, new trucks that we have to unlock. And then of course, explore the new map. Let's go take a look at that new truck skin. Oh, I got the new Mercedes as well. We'll use the new Mercedes trucks too. Because I did actually get those, so maybe we will explore with those guys there. Actros was surprised. I was surprised to see an old Actros in there. Zetros, I don't know what that is. I've never seen that before in my whole life. Now, Mark 38 Civilian. We got a skin for playing docked. Is that the one? No, that is the old one for Kazakhstan. That's the new one. Wait, that's kind of sick. Does it include the... Oh, I was hoping it included the van body. It doesn't. Doesn't include anything else, but that is still kind of cool. I don't really like the branded stuff, but kind of cool that they gave us a skin for that one. Anyways, let's go find... Let's kit up one of these new Mercedes as a scout. Which one of these looks scoutier, chat? This has got mud tires. Probably that one. Let's see if we can turn this one into a scout. S-Class power to weight ratio. We like that. Off-road gearbox. Like that as well. Race suspension. Crawler suspension. Holy. Crawler suspension. Let's do it. Okay. I think we put some fat tires on here. 48 inches maybe. 48 inches. Now, it does have branded tires. Chat, what do you think? Are those branded tires going to be the best? Probably. They're Mercedes branded tires. I bet they are. Let's do those. Those branded. Oh my god, look how thick the back tires are with the branded one. Look at this. So these are regular tires. Those are the Mercedes ones, dude. Wait, are they that much thicker or are they just in more? They're thicker than those. Oh, I was looking at the Jets. Okay, so they're maybe a little bit thicker than the Jets. They're definitely thicker than the non-DLC tires, though. Holy, those are huge. Okay, we'll put that in. We need advanced medium winch, and we're gonna throw a snorkel on there. Oh, it's kind of got one. I like this one better. And what kind of attachments do we have here that would be good for scouting? A roof rack. Yeah, okay, roof rack would be nice. And it's got an overcab crane, not bad. It's got a regular loading crane. No attachments that would be particularly good for scouting. Maybe I might just throw a service body on there. Just to use it for scouting, and then we could always leave it somewhere as a service kit if we need to. Sparks, I got a pair of Hello Kitty shoes. John, did you really? Well done. Well done. Let's go. Dark slant sun visor. Okay. We got the Savior bars on there. Oh, dude, look at that. Heavy duty on the bumper. Nice. Oops. Didn't mean to press that. Some miscellaneous stuff. Just some horns. I really like the look of external horns, to be honest with you. And then our... Holy, that exhaust looks good. That's default. That one looks great, dude. We're going to do that. And I think we'll keep those... Oh, we don't have a choice. We're keeping those rims. And then let's see what paint jobs we have. Oh, it looks good in like the coyote brown. I might do that. I might do like coyote brown here. Maybe the tan. I think we're kind of in a sandy area. Let's go with the tan. All right, dude, look how good that looks. That's gonna make a good scout truck. All right, we're doing that. We're doing that. Oh, you got me a pair of Hello Kitty shoes. Are they Crocs? I'll wear them if they're Crocs. I'm in. I'll wear Hello Kitty Crocs, dude. I'm cool with that. John, did you see my Hello Kitty? My Hello Kitty. What is it? It's a soy sauce container. It's a Kikkoman soy sauce container, but it's pink, and it's actually Hello Kitty branded. It's sick. Okay, we got some beacons on there. We got 4 beacons on this thing. Hold on, let's fire this bad boy up. And turn on beacons. Holy dude. That is a lot of beacons. Okay, let's see what's going on. My G29 broke again. I'm done fixing it. Oh my god, what happened this time? How many hours did you get out of it? What I would give to be in the snow right now. I know this weather lately has been boiling me to death. I would also like to be in the snow. So this is the new Mexico map. This is the first time we've had a jungle environment, which is pretty cool. And this truck is from the new Mercedes pack, which is a truck DLC pack. It's not one of the ones that comes with the map. It's a truck DLC pack that came out, I guess, between this DLC and the last one. I know the pain of the G29 breaking. Yeah. I tried to save mine for so long. Mine was a G920, which is the Xbox version. I tried to save mine for so long. I was taping it. I was like blowing it out with the duster. I had opened it up at one point to see if I could fix anything, and it was just a goner, unfortunately. But why is the T128 not pre-mapped on Farmers 25? It is, but you may need to restart or reset your bindings or something like that. I can't remember. The force feedback in this is a little weird. It's making like funky feelings. That probably makes sense. If I turn it all the way up, do you think that'd be crazy? I'm gonna hurt myself, but let's do it. Feedback spring. This is actually the most powerful wheel I've hooked up to this game and cranked the stuff on. This could genuinely mess me up a little bit, but we'll see. Maybe it's actually freaking out about this. There we go. And then can we use our shifter on this? Probably not, because I don't have it plugged into the wheel. I have it plugged into the PC. So I don't think you could use it in this game unless you plug it into the wheel. But let me just try it. What is this, neutral? Yeah, no good. So I'll have to plug it into the wheel if we ever want to use it. Whoa. I gotta be careful. If we ever want to use that on SnowRunner here. Don't break your wrist. I don't think I'll break my wrist, but I'll smack my fingers real good. That's usually what happens. For a 5Nm wheel, you're probably not at risk of breaking anything unless it's slammed down on your knuckle real good. It's about the worst a 5Nm wheel's gonna get. But it depends what you put on there. Like some of those F1 wheels get kind of sharp. It may mess you up a little, honestly. Let's see what we got. We're just gonna grab these as we find them. Okay, where do we go from here? I want to get down onto the beach. Looks like there's maybe a way over here. We might be off-roading already, but we'll see what happens. Hi, Crispus. Welcome back. Game name is SnowRunner. It's a sequel to Mud Runner or Spin Tires. I don't know if you've heard of those ones. Great game, dude. Dude, Rainer, don't even worry about that, dude. As always, not a problem. Not a problem. Okay, I was really hoping I could run that down. But I think we're just gonna sneak in here, get to the beach instead. I actually got the shoes for my niece. Okay, I'm glad you didn't actually get me Hello Kitty shoes. I do feel less bad about turning those down then. Okay. Does Farm Sim 22 get updates anymore? You know, it might see the occasional bug fix if something's really wrong with it, but to be honest with you, no, I wouldn't expect any new content to Farm Sim 22. You might see the occasional new mods, but it's not likely. And in terms of like new content, no, Farm Sim 22 is done. Farm Sim 25 is where it's at now. I'm confused. Why didn't you take the road? I want to go along the beach. I want to get to this watchtower. So that blue dot up there, that's a watchtower on the map. We're going to try and get to that first and see what's going on. Man, what was the last map we played? Oh, not a snow map. It was like a fall map. This one feels like a roadcraft map so far, actually. I kind of like it. Still want one that looks like an expeditions map, maybe, but that's okay. Got up to 38 degrees Celsius today. My room is 33 degrees Celsius. Haven't been able to sleep due to it, dude. Yeah, ours is kind of the same. We had the fan cranked all night last night, and it was still warm. Amy had work really early this morning, so we went to bed at like before 8. And I slept pretty well until midnight. Then I woke up wired, ready for the day at midnight. And just kind of tossed and turned for the rest of the time. So I didn't have a great sleep. And the heat doesn't help with that, dude. I feel the same way. Austin Farmer is better. Then why did he lose that challenge, Dale? He's gonna have to prove it. We got another challenge going on now. So he's gonna have to prove that he's better. But so far he's 0 for 1. First SnowRunner stream I've seen in a while. First one I've done in a while. Actually, I have not played this game in a bit. I like to play it when there's new DLCs. It's good. This game, I find you kind of burn out of it a little bit. You know, if you play it for a while, new DLCs usually bring me back for a bit. But the game hasn't changed very much over the last little while. You know, like we'll play a new map, and sometimes it's interesting to see the new environment, but ultimately, like the game has kind of been the same game for the last couple of years. I think they've just kind of reached the limits of what the game engine can do. I mean, it's a great looking game. It's a great feeling game. But at the end of the day, I don't know if there's much more they can add for major features. And I think that's kind of why the latest DLCs have been not necessarily the same. Like, they've still been good. Just nothing crazy new like we used to get every DLC. But we'll see. I mean, the last DLC brought in a new type of feature. We'll see if there's anything new here in Mexico. This is a new feature right here with the last DLC. This one is like construction zones. And they're kind of sick. So yeah, you bring like parts here and it does something to the map. So it'll probably clear these trees. Kind of a cool, I don't know, kind of a cool mechanic. It's nothing super crazy, kind of a reskin of old mechanics, but new way to interact with the game, I guess. Did I pre-order GTA 6? I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I'm going to. I don't think I'm gonna pre-order GTA 6. I know I'm gonna play it, but they haven't given us a good reason to pre-order it. I mean, I think that's kind of where a lot of people are. I would understand GTA 6 as a pre-order more than I understood any other game as a pre-order. Like, and I've played a lot of games in the last couple of years. I wouldn't have pre-ordered any of them, except maybe Farm Sim. But again, there still wasn't a good reason. GTA 6, you could pre-order it just because you probably know for a 100% fact that you're gonna play it no matter how bad the reviews are. I don't think the reviews are bad, but if, like, honestly, if the game comes out and a bunch of like content creators and reviewers say it's a 0 out of 10, are you still gonna play it? If the answer is yes, I guess you can pre-order it. You may as well pre-order it. If the answer is no reason to pre-order it, as with every other game ever, to be honest with you. And it's not like they're gonna run out of, no, they're not gonna run out of them. Like, it's not gonna go anywhere. You're not gonna get, I think you get a couple of special things, but it's like, what, some clothing and some places to shop. I don't know, not super crazy in my opinion. Okay, we're gonna go back down. We're gonna go here, and then I'm gonna try and get around the outside of the map over to here. because we wanna make sure we actually get these jobs unlocked while we're exploring, so that we can prioritize a little better. Anyways, GTA 6 is cheap. I think GTA 6 is fair for what we're probably gonna get. It's hard to say that GTA 6 is the right price until we paid it, but like played it. I think it's fair for what we're likely to get, to be honest with you. Yes, it's the most expensive game we've ever seen, but it probably is gonna be worth it at the end of the day. And that's coming from somebody who put many hundreds of hours into GTA 5. I'll get $100 worth of playtime out of GTA 6, most likely, to be totally honest with you. Has anyone seen any actual gameplay of GTA 6 yet? No. We've seen allegedly some in-game generated footage, but that, like, in-engine footage, it's a misleading title. I wish we would get rid of it. Like, I wish we would get rid of this whole, oh, this is in-engine footage, because plenty of engines can make a good-looking cutscene and trash-looking gameplay. Like, it means nothing. Don't let companies manipulate you when they put in-engine footage over a trailer, because it's just pre-rendered in the engine. It's not live gameplay that, you know, the engine is generating as you play. It's just rendered in the engine. It doesn't mean anything in terms of gameplay. That's all we've seen for GTA 5. Yeah, that's about it, I believe. I mean, there's no way GTA 6 can be bad. I do agree with that. I mean, maybe that's a little delusional to say there's no way it could be bad, but like, can it be bad? Probably not. I don't see how. Any game that focuses on microtransactions should be free to download. GTA 5 double dipped. That's honestly not a bad take. That's not a bad take. I do think they double dipped. Because you're right. I think they do focus and make a lot of their money on microtransaction. They double dip because they knew they could, though. And that's like, we had that conversation yesterday, that at the end of the day, it's a business, and businesses, whatever they could get away with, they will try and get away with. And that's what they're doing. They know they can do it. What can we say about it? You know, like, what? Don't buy it then? Like, we're gonna buy it. They know they've got us like that. And we've been saying that for years. Like, we've literally been saying they can charge whatever they want for that game and we'll buy it. And they did. So, I'm not surprised. I'm not upset. I'm more upset that other games are gonna try and do the same thing. Like, there's so many delusional game execs out there that think they're on par with GTA 6, and they're gonna try and charge the same amount. They're gonna try and use the same pricing model, but their game is not going to be at that level, and they're still gonna try it, dude. And like, at the end of the day, what happens is nobody buys it. Like, we saw it with Skull and Bones. You know, CEO thought it was gonna be a quadruple A game, rewrite gaming, and charged a ton of money for it. The game flopped, and it was a massive, you know, a kind of a massive failure for Ubisoft. But the problem is, when that happens, good developers get laid off, investors pull out of gaming, and ultimately budgets get spent in poor ways when game execs are this delusional about their games. It's bad for gaming in general when a big game fails. And it's like, I don't feel bad for Ubisoft. They're a multi-million-dollar corporation. I don't have any sympathy for them. But it's bad for the industry when a company spends that much money and doesn't see a return on it, because it means less investors in the industry. So, like, I want to be kind of harsh on these companies when they try and do stupid things, so they stop doing it and wasted everybody's money and wasted everybody's time, you know? The price is BS, as it's just going to shareholders and C-suites rather than the devs who make the game. Also that, I've been seeing a lot of smaller studios and 100% indie self-made and published studios that make awesome little games, and some are definitely spark games. I agree. And stuff like Iron Nest, made by 2 dudes, is a perfect example of that. We see that weekly. That we're having way more fun with these little $10 to $20 indie games where all of the money goes to the developer and then they get to make a new game. I I fully agree with that. I couldn't have said that better myself, but Cabby. Craig, thank you for the 3-stream streak, by the way. I appreciate that. Honestly, over the GTA debate, it will never end. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get sick of it. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's gonna be more GTA debate, but there's nothing really to debate. Like, no, is anybody debating anything for GTA 6? It's a conversation for sure. You know, people are gonna ask me 5,000 more times. If I pre-order it, that's totally fine. But like, is there a debate for GTA 6? Are we not on the same page? We hate the pricing. We're excited for the game. They can get away with whatever they want. The versions thing that they've come up with is stupid, but we're all still gonna buy it. Where's the debate? I guess we're just kind of putting the information out there at this point. I haven't really heard a point about GTA 6 that's worth debating, other than over the last few years we've had these kids who think it's going to be the everything simulator, and that it's just not. But that's kind of the only debate I've had about GTA 6 recently. Crimson, thank you for the 3-stream streak, by the way, dude. I appreciate that. Jay, appreciate you. Craig, thank you for that 3-stream as well. What kind of cat do you have, if I may ask? Well, we don't really know because we don't know her parents, but she's a tabby. Her name is Petunia, and she's 7 years old. You'll see her scurrying around here, and I'm working on a Petunia camera. She's got this bed behind me that she loves to sleep in, but I'm really having trouble finding something to activate it. But I'll keep messing around with it. I think I see a mission thing over here. I'm just gonna go check that out and see what that's about here. Only debate is if you want to pre-order an expensive game without seeing any gameplay. And I've got a really hard stance on that. I really don't even think I've got much to debate. There's no reason to pre-order it. I can justify a pre-order based on it's probably going to be good, but there's still genuinely no reason to pre-order any game. They've never given us any reason. No game dev has ever given us any reason to pre-order their game. And I'm more or less entirely anti-pre-order. Okay, that's for the Billard. That's for the highway truck. I haven't seen any highway roads yet. We got this watchtower though, so we're gonna head back this way. We're gonna try and get up to here somehow, and that's the best route I can probably give here. We'll see what happens. Is this MudRunner? No, this is SnowRunner. This is the sequel to MudRunner. Stellar game. You should play it. Are you gonna play Roadcraft, or have you already played it? I've got a little over 100 hours in Roadcraft now. And it's a good game. It's not for everybody who liked SnowRunner, but I think it might be for some people who actually hated SnowRunner. So yeah, give it a play. I liked it. Or if you played it, let me know your thoughts. I liked it, dude. You pre-ordered Roadcraft. It ended up being an alright game. It was a little rough at the launch, but ultimately, like, did you have a reason to? Like, did you benefit from pre-ordering it at all? It's more like, you know, the only reason for pre-orders is why not, and I don't like that. No idea, Homer. Homer said, do you see my comment earlier when I first came in, my stream lagged hard? I did. If it was about the GTA debate, yes. If it was something else, no. I got that one. Okay, yeah, what's this GTA Plus thing? Is this a subscription thing for GTA? Like, what is that? I didn't have time to check it out last night. I've had a very busy last 12 hours. But what is this GTA Plus nonsense? Are they adding some sort of subscription to the game, or what the heck is happening there? You got the track dump truck? That's now just for sale. You just got the track dump truck early. That's just for sale as a DLC now for Roadcraft. It's over a little bit. You get $1 million every month and a whole bunch of benefits and some subscription. That's stupid. I wouldn't do that. The free money thing, like buying money in GTA is such nonsense, dude. You'll never catch me buying a shark card in GTA. I'm aware that so many people do it. I'm actually kind of annoyed that subscription would give you money. Because, like, if there's something in there that I would want to subscribe to get, like, content, but I don't want that free money. It takes away gameplay. And I hate that. I hate freebies in games. I hate free money. It's not free. You pay for it. But I hate, like, pay-to-win nonsense like that. That just takes away content at the end of the day. I think it's similar to ESO Plus. Oh, I didn't play any ESO. Can't believe that game is still running. Is that game still running? GTA Plus, it's super lame in my opinion. If you buy the Ultimate Edition, it signs you up for auto renewal. Holy money grab, dude. Holy money grab. Yeah, hate that. I might just buy the regular edition of the game then, and because I want to start from scratch. Like, the whole point of GTA Online is to start as like some small time like nobody and work your way up. I don't want to start with $1 million. I don't want to start with $1 million. I'd start real life with $1 million, but I don't want to start a video game with $1 million. I want to start with $1 and, you know, one magazine and a pistol, and that's it. Make it work. Figure it out. I don't want to start with $1 million, dude. KGB, thanks for the 3-stream streak, and Crash, how's it going? Homer says, queue for 512 gigabytes, no controller, and did Farms of 25 get fire and rescue update? Yeah, okay, oh, yes. Well done. Are you gonna buy it? Secondly, we'll check the free update tomorrow. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I might try and knock out a video on that too in the meantime. But yes, new update for GTA. No, I'm sorry, for Farms of 25, new DLC. Too much GTA talk, dude. Yeah, I got on the list for the 2 terabyte with controller Steam machine. So I also am most likely going to buy that. I think I talked to Amy about it. She thought it might be fun too. So we'll probably pick one up. See how it goes. Can't justify over $1,000 for 512 gigabytes. I want to check it out, but I could get a decent PC for just a bit more. I think that's probably the only downside. Now, what I'm curious about, and I don't know if any of you guys may have the answer, can we upgrade the storage in the Steam machine and throw like an SSD in there? Like, does it have an M2 port I can just throw an SSD into or anything like that? Because then I would buy the 512 gig. Here's the way I see it. Please no. Here's the way I see it. I'm the kind of person so I ran into a sign. I think the sign is still in the truck. Curious to see if we end up somewhere helpful. But I don't think our truck is going to have a lot of juice left in it once it finishes whatever it's doing right now. So chat, the latest update actually included a lot of bug fixes. So if you've ever had a bug in SnowRunner, which you probably haven't because it's not a very buggy game, there was actually a huge list of bug fixes. So I would say after the last SnowRunner update, the game is probably just about perfect, bug-free, no issues, which is great. I mean, 5 years into the release of the game, that's exactly the kind of performance you would expect. Not a single bug in this flawless game. It's great to see. They're really putting in great work for this game. New DLC is probably the best we've ever seen, dude. That's crazy. This isn't gonna end, is it? I'm gonna have to reset it. No Bugsy's flying around. Welcome to the joke, Kaylee. We got there eventually, didn't we? All right. We're gonna recover that. I like this truck. I'm just gonna use this truck. All right. Well, look at this. Look at all this area I unlocked. That was the UAV mode, the drone mode. So I'm actually good. I was just scouting. What is that? That's a scout trailer. All right. Let's go a different way, I guess. That was awesome, dude. All right. We're gonna go this way. You should have it like, I should have let it go. Nah, I'd probably crash the game, corrupt my save file. Listen, I'm on a like a, oh my God, how old is this save file at this point? I'm on like a 5-year save file now. I don't even want to risk it, dude. I don't even want to risk it. Yeah, we're not touching any more signs. That's for sure. That's for sure. Good sport. Love it. Thanks, Pop. I appreciate that. It's high quality no bug game. High quality no bug game. Ridiculous, dude. That's been there since the start of the game. Like, if you hit a sign the wrong way, it is over, dude. That looked rough on the wheel. Yeah, the wheel was going through it in the meantime. What the heck were we even talking about? Oh, I was asking if we could upgrade the storage on the Steam machine. Does anybody know if that's something we could do, or are we just stuck? So my point was for 512 gigabytes, and the reason I actually signed up for that one as well. I only play 1 or 2 games at a time. At the end of the day, like, how many of you guys are playing 500 gigabytes worth of games in a given moment? Like, I'll usually have 1 or 2 games downloaded at a time. I'll play one. If I'm interested in a new game, I'll download it. I'm not really the type to download a bunch of games and just have them on my device. Now, that's I can do that because I've got decent enough internet that it's fine. I guess if you didn't have very good internet, that probably wouldn't be as nice, right? Like, if I had crappy internet, it took me a week to download a 200 gigabyte game, maybe then I'd want a 2 terabyte. But like, with the way we use PCs, with the way modern internet works, 512, even though it's low, it's probably enough. All parts are supposed to be upgradable. And then if it's upgradable, I would maybe buy a 512 gig, no controller. Use an existing controller that you probably have. Upgrade the hard drive later. Hopefully it's got an M2 port so we can put an SSD in there. Other than that, I'm pretty happy with that. One of the fire trucks in the Farmstead 25 update is an Unimog fire truck. It is? That's sick, dude. I usually only have 3 games at a time. I also have a 4 terabyte external drive for storage. Yeah, I'll be honest, it's not a big deal for me, but I get why people would want more than 512. Especially if you're sharing it with your household too. Like, for me, if I'm the only one playing games on there, 512 is enough. But if I'm sharing it with the household and like I've got siblings on there playing games, or like Amy wants to play something on there, I think 512 could fill up pretty quick. So that's totally fair. Do they have a spec sheet on the Steam machines? I believe it is out now. Yeah, full spec sheet on the Steam machine. And if somebody could just maybe double check and see if there's an M2 port on that, that would be good information to have. Because then we could throw an extra SSD in there. There's a bunch of teardowns of the Steam machine on YouTube already. Wait, they've shipped some? Has Jerry Rig done a teardown on it yet? His teardowns are always my favorite. Might have to check this out. How was the new map? Cool so far. Definitely different than anything we've seen. I'm curious about the missions though. So like, just looks wise, it runs great. It's different than anything we've had in the past. Jungle is the first time in SnowRunner we've had the jungle. We've had it in Roadcraft. Missions are going to be the big thing though for this one. But so far it seems really cool. Main shipping starts the 29th. Oh, whoa. Okay, I'm in queue for one. I didn't realize they were shipping that soon. We'll have to give that a shot. Your Twitch was bricked? That is not surprising. It's just Twitch after all. I buy the 2 terabyte one for my something as a huge surprise for my son. Oh, for my son. With some games that I'm going to buy for Christmas this year, since he deserves it for a long time, since he got to see me last. Dude, that's awesome. I think a Steam machine, if it's in your budget, is a no-brainer compared to a console. But again, it just totally depends on your budget at the end of the day. I gotta use the PlayStation glyphs to drive, and I don't actually know what they are. Don't forget the vehicles can fly in this DLC. Yeah, that was pretty cool to find out, eh? Eric, thank you for the follow, dude. Appreciate that. Like BeamNG, it's a small game, but you'd want mods that takes up space. You're not doing 500 gigabytes of mods. But like, yeah, I mean, if you had BeamNG with a bunch of mods, FarmSim with a bunch of mods, SnowRunner with a bunch of mods, 512 gigabytes will fill up. So you're definitely correct about that. Number 29, thanks for the share on TikTok. Shy, thanks for the rose, and Big Papa, thanks for the follow. Eric, thank you for the follow. Langy, thank you for the follow on TikTok as well, guys. Welcome in. Grab another side and let the fun begin. Dude, that was a blast. I want to scout this as fast as we can so that we can get to the actual missions. I think if we just get all the watchtowers, and then we can start fixing bridges, we should progress pretty quickly. I only put the main game I play on the main drive and other games on external for quick transfer. We used to do that growing up with the Xbox 360. Yeah, that was pretty common for us because we had terrible internet growing up. I'm talking a week or two for downloading GTA 5. Terrible internet. And yeah, we did the same thing. We would have, actually my brother and I each had a USB drive, and we would put our save files on the USB drive for two reasons. One, so we could move it between the upstairs and downstairs Xbox, and then yeah, we could store extra games that we weren't actively playing, so that we didn't have to re-download them, which was nice. Let's go see what this factory offers. I'm sure that's going to be important, and then we'll try and get across the river here. Oh, there's an upgrade there too. We haven't found the new trucks, but we'll see if we can get that upgrade in the process here. Let's go. We'll just go around. Got kind of a fat truck for this. Grug, thank you for the follow, dude. Appreciate that. Peachy, thank you for the 7 street treat. Most of the games I play are 100 plus gigabyte. Really? Most of the games you play are 100 plus gigabytes. I'm trying to think of games I play that are 100 plus. Forza Horizon. DCS. I know War Thunder's big. That's a big one. Do I have any more? Grand Theft, yeah, okay, Grand Theft Auto. Is Red Dead above 100? Red Dead might be as well. Hunter Call of the Wild, yeah, Hunter Call of the Wild, fair. What else over 100? I know Call of Duty quite famously over 100. I don't play it, but I know that's a popular one over 100. A lot of these modern AAA titles are above 100. Assassin's Creed's up there too. I don't know if it's quite 100, but I know that one's up there as well. Gavin and Damien, thanks for the follows on TikTok, guys. Should I invest into a semi-truck and trailer for my crops? Yeah, on Farms at 25. Yeah, you should. And you should go for the International Eagle 2 in the base game. Super cheap early game truck, plenty of power. You should absolutely get a truck early game. Usually ends up being cheaper than a tractor and a trailer, to be honest with you. Cyberpunk, yeah, Cyberpunk. I don't know if it's quite over 100, but it's up there. It's up there as well. Assassin's Creed Shadow was 80, 87 gigs. Yeah, and then sometimes the downloads are smaller, but then they reserve a lot of space that pushes them over 100. That does happen as well. Berks, you suck for getting me into Clarkson's Farm. Just finished season 5. Why? Why do I suck for that, dude? You had to see Clarkson's Farm. I will tell everybody and their freaking dog to watch Clarkson's Farm. That's a must-watch show, to be honest with you. For everybody, that is a must-watch show. I have noticed that the general public knows less than nothing about farming, and Clarkson's Farm fixes that. I'm a big fan of that. Say what you will about Jeremy Clarkson, and I think a lot of the critique of Jeremy as a person and as an entertainer is honestly fair, but he has done something good with Clarkson's Farm. That is, I think, a net positive for society, to be honest with you. I know they just renewed, but I just lost my father to cancer in October. Oh my God, I remember that, Homer. I know it sounds, I don't know if you're following Jeremy on social media. Sounds like he's in a good spot right now, so that was good to see. He was talking on Instagram. He was saying they caught it early. They caught it as a routine checkup, so nice and early. And it sounds like everything's gone okay. Which is great to see. Great to see. Game name is SnowRunner. Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can get down there with this jumbo truck. Not really that big in terms of trucks, but it is big in terms of scouting. This thing is incredibly capable, by the way. We're using the Mercedes tires right now, and I have not been genuinely stuck yet. I've had to winch out a couple times. Okay, we're going to find out if this is when that happens, though. I got a big snorkel on there. We got tall suspension. And then there's a little bit of a sandbar here I think we can sneak across on if we're relatively careful. I think a scout truck might have been washed away in that river. That's awesome, dude. Right. Clark's is living proof that the way to make a small fortune in farming is to start with a large fortune. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. He hasn't been terribly profitable yet. But you know what? I'm glad. I'm glad that he's doing it for real and showing the finances like that, because I think that's probably that's probably one of the most important things that they're doing, is they're being very honest about the finances. And like, we all know that Jeremy Clarkson is a millionaire, right? Like, it's no secret that he's a millionaire. He doesn't need the money. He knows it. We all know it, but he's still showing what the finances would be if he was doing that as a non-millionaire, as an everyday farmer. So I can respect that. I think there's some criticism that he's out there kind of campaigning for farmers, tax situations when he's already a millionaire. You know, I think probably for him, a lot of people see that as, oh, millionaires asking for less taxes. Surprise, surprise. But I think there's some collateral there for actual farmers too, that we'll see, we'll see a benefit from that. Like I said, I think the critique is fair. I don't think he needs the money, obviously, but there's farmers out there that genuinely do need the support, and I think that's probably the positive there. The show makes more money than the farm. Oh, 100% the show makes more money than the farm. Yeah, 100%. But I don't think that invalidates the stuff that they show in terms of finances on the show, right? I think we're all smart enough to say, okay, yes, he's a millionaire, he makes a ton of money, and still see what the farm would make if you were farming like that for real. Sparks, I just watched the video from Austin Farmer from yesterday, and what do you think, Bull? Yeah, dude, I watched that after stream yesterday. That one was so good. I was surprised it was an hour long. Austin does not do a lot of hour-long videos that are not compilations. It was an hour-long video, and I had a blast watching it. I laughed out loud at multiple parts of that video yesterday, dude. That one was so good. It was so good. Do you make your own track? No. They're like maps. The maps are the challenge, basically. You don't make your own. You don't make your own map. Wait, new DLC for SnowRunner. Answer my question. Stop talking. Your name is the male Karen. That makes sense. I'm going to mute you for the entire live, and I'm not going to answer your question because you're a dick. So Google it, I guess. What do you think about the Moza R5? Moza R5's a good kit. I liked it. Little on the pricey side, but as a PC entry-level DD, great wheel, honestly. Me too. I wasn't expecting to see his face. So I forgot that he typically is a faceless content creator. So the first time I met him in person. I had never seen his content. So it wasn't a surprise for me to see his face. I kind of knew. But I was reading the comments of that video. People were like, oh my God, an Austin video with a face. And I don't know. People seem pretty receptive to it. That was crazy. Spark, stop talking. Good luck won't happen. No, it's not happening. Dude, not happening. What's the point of the game? Okay, so the point... I'm just going to use all my repair parts. Ooh. Do I have enough fuel to do this? I do. Is there a place to gas up here? Am I going to use all my gas? I'm just going to do it. We can always respawn if we need to. Okay, we do need to find... Oh, I used up more than I thought it would, to be honest with you. I used some for my tank as well. Can we... You know what? If we can get back over there... It's actually not that far away. We can do that in 90 liters, I think. We go like this. And like this. Oh, actually, I think that's an entrance right there. That's good. We want to unlock these things as we go. Sparks doesn't talk enough. That's not... How could I possibly talk more, dude? Every second of quiet on this stream is filled with yap, dude. I will agree that I talk a lot. Sir talks a lot. How you liking your home country of this map, aka Mexico? Home country? Dude, I wish I was from Mexico. I'd have been eating way better food for the last 28 years. That was from Mexico. Good so far, though. The map is really good. On SnowRunner, I decided to start a new save designed to be gradual progression with little to no mod. I would do no mods. I'm telling you, dude, the no mod playthrough in this game is 10 out of 10. Do it no mods and play it in order. Like, go in order of the maps for the most pure SnowRunner experience. It is so good. And I swear to God, do it entirely unmodded. I don't know a single mod in this game that makes it a better experience but maintains the difficulty. There's some, you know, there's some good trailers in there, but part of the difficulty of this game is that the trailers are horrendous and you just have to struggle through it sometimes, and I like that. There are a few times when you're away from the rig during stream and there is no talking then. Okay, that's true. Well, there's you guys spamming emotes, so that's close enough to talking, I think. Oh yeah, have the DLCs in there. Oh, you know what though? You know what the problem with having all the DLCs in is? You get a lot of good trucks right at the start by default. Like if you have any truck packs, you get them by default. You know what you could do, Tal? I don't know if you've started yet, but if you start a hard mode save and look at the rules before you do hard mode, just in case. I don't want to mislead you on that one. You don't get any trucks at the start. You don't get any DLC trucks at the start. You have to buy them, and it rebalances the game very, very nicely. The jetpack is that's a controversial one because the jetpack gives you way better tires than you're really supposed to have in the game, and it also unlocks tire types too early, which also kind of sucks. If you're really going for an OG challenge, don't use the jetpack. But I would say that's probably one of the more reasonable DLCs to start with. But it won't be the original difficulty. The game will be easier than it's supposed to be with the jetpack. But that being said, it also makes some trucks that weren't really viable before really good. Like the Scout 800's a cool vehicle, but it's so tippy that it's kind of a nightmare to drive. But with the jetpack, it's not tippy anymore. And so it can kind of change your early game playthroughs to make them more fun. Yeah. You're not ready for hard mode yet? No, that's totally fair. That is totally fair. Okay, so the point of the game. Yeah, so the point of the game, basically, you've got your fleet of trucks, or at the start of the game, you have like 1 or 2 trucks. You've got your trucks, and then there are increasingly difficult missions around each map. And the idea is that you use the trucks that you have to complete the different missions. So the missions are stuff like move freight around the map, move some big trailers, repair bridges, repair like rock slides and stuff like that. And then you're rewarded with XP and money, and you use those to basically keep upgrading your fleet and getting more stuff. Should be yeah, I need this watchtower here. I'm gonna go around this way. We're gonna try that instead. I kinda do want to get that set up. It was really nice. Point of the game is to have fun. Debatable. Debatable whether the point of this game is to have fun, to be honest with you. The point of this game is, I don't want to have fun. No, there's no fun in this game. It's all hatred and struggle, dude. There's no fun to be had here. I'm just kidding, but you do have to be the kind of person where the difficulty is, whoa. What the heck did I hit? Oh, I think I clipped on that flag. That's crazy. You do have to be one of those people where the difficulty is the fun. Like the struggle and the challenge is the entertainment. If you're the kind of person to play like start from scratch farm sim, if you're the kind of person to play, I don't know, Dark Souls. Dark Souls is kind of the same thing. This game used to be called the Dark Souls of trucking games. It genuinely used to be. And I think that's a pretty good way to sum it up. It's kind of gotten easier over the years as there's more trucks that come out and stuff like that. The game has gotten easier, but that used to be its nickname, and it did genuinely lived up to that nickname. Rusty, thank you for the 75 stream streak, and Sam, thank you for the 110 stream streak, guys. I know, I'm surprised I didn't launch into outer space when I hit that pole either, dude. It's crazy. Hold on, let me ban that bot in TikTok. I got you. I gotta figure out what keywords to ban on TikTok to get rid of those annoying bots. Maybe message me. Oh, that's probably the one. Hey, Wesley, are you here? Oh, yeah, you're here in chat. Wesley, are you able to add banned keywords in TikTok by any chance? I don't know if mods can do it or if I have to do it. But are you able to? That would be awesome. If you could just add message me as a DM me and message me as banned terms. That would be incredible. I bet we could get rid of all of those bots if you can figure it out. If not, just let me know. I'll add it right now. I'm so sick of seeing these message bots on TikTok, dude. Almost tipped? Yeah, right. I didn't almost tip. That's just another regular day, dude. Oh yeah, that's true. It's always check my video or check my bio. Maybe we add the Wesley, could you add check my video and check my bio? Just don't add DM or message as its own thing. Those are fine because sometimes people use those legitimately, but just those phrases would be great. Is it SnowRunner or Expedition? SnowRunner. This one is SnowRunner. Okay, where am I trying to go? Where is this? Oh, it's far. Okay, we're gonna go up to this service hub and see what's going on up there. Get this mission, and then we'll try and get to that. Watchtower. Besides the bugs, how's the map? I mean, to be fair, that's been in the game since day one. Map is really good so far. We're gonna see when we get into the missions how those are, but map is definitely solid as of now. Like, you better be careful with that, dude. Okay. The other thing I care about a lot in this game is the lighting. The daylight hours. We're in Mexico, so the daylight hours should be pretty good. But it really bothers me when the maps get dark too quickly, because I don't like playing in the dark. I mean, I do when I play solo. I don't like playing in the dark when I'm playing on stream. That's a streamer problem. Ignore that. That's a streamer problem. Streamers are stupid anyways. I almost just engaged flight mode myself. I didn't do it on purpose, but now I know how. Mrs. Crash Prime, thank you for the 465 stream streak. That is genuinely so bonkers. Thank you so much for being here. That's insane. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Oh. Service spare parts to the place that we're going. Ah, that's fine. Oh yeah, there it is. So that road there, and I bet that road there will take us to the watchtower, and then we can see what's going on. Am I a streamer problem? I don't know. Are you a streamer? I said streamers are the problem, Homer, not you. You're good. Unless you've been streaming, then yes. As soon as you stream, you're part of the problem. Would a SnowRunner Japan DLC work? SnowRunner Japan DLC, not particularly. I don't think there's a huge need for off-roading in Japan. I don't think there's really a lot of trucks for it. I don't think there's really a lot of environments for it. I would say probably not. Not that it's impossible, but it probably wouldn't be high on the maps that would make a good off-roading map. For SnowRunner and for expeditions and for roadcraft even, you'd be looking for maps that are like really remote and not very developed. At least with areas, like the country can be developed, but like it should have like lots of areas that aren't. A lot of just middle of nowhere. Panama, dude, SnowRunner Panama would be so sick. Hell yeah, dude. Alberta map would work. Yeah, we got lots of middle of nowhere. They did a BC map, and that one was awesome. Most Canadian provinces would work. Actually, all Canadian. Well, okay. Would a Nova Scotia map be any good? most Canadian provinces would be fantastic. Plenty of U.S. states are like that too. Just lots of undeveloped areas. Lot of brush. I'm just surprised we don't have Australia yet. Like that seems like the biggest no-brainer out of all of them, dude. Okay, now I do want to get to this watchtower. I'm just wondering if it's better. It's probably better to go back to the garage and then go and get that watchtower. And then we're also gonna want a radar here probably too.
Adildril just resubscribed at tier 1 for 38 months.
There's one down there. We can't get there easily because there's a downed bridge. Okay, I think that's probably the direction to go, is we follow this down. Okay, I'm gonna roll down this mountain. If I can make it down this mountain without tipping my truck. We go that way. We go here. Cut across to here. Let me do this. Cut across to there. This road. This road. Can you get through that? Or do we go around? That sucks. Maybe we go through. Maybe instead of going that way, we go this way. This way. This way. Cut across to here. And then we just do the climb. We just climb this mountain. This is kind of a rough looking route. Might be a little top heavy for this. And then we just end up there. And then I don't know where that goes from there. But that's probably doable. Just hit another side and launch it. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Hi, Kevin. How's it going? Welcome in. Explain how a PEI map would work. I don't know. I've never been to PEI. Is there like a lot of uncharted areas? They probably got some swamps and some lowlands. That's a road? Road is a bold word for this, dude. There's no way. We're just gonna ride the brakes and let her fall. I can catch that tree on my left from this angle. Okay. Inch down a little bit. I don't even think this will be the worst part of this road, dude. Okay. Don't really have a very good turning radius, but we're making it work. I can't wait for American Truck Sim to come to console. Dude, that's going to be so good. Console needs a good trucking sim so bad. And this game is on console and is a great console game. But it's not a trucking sim. Yeah, right. With this truck? Come on, that's not even a road. Can we like... I mean, we might be able to inch it down there to the beach. I'm not climbing that. There's nothing to hold on to. I'm gonna slip and tip off of that. There's no way. There's no... Whoa. Okay, we're gonna have to try and wedge it into those rocks and just see if we can inch it down and then maybe catch ourselves on a tree. I might get stuck though. I mean, it's either we get stuck here or we fall off up there. This is our better bet. I want to wedge it in there. I think I might have taken this at too much of an angle. Need to rotate the back end into this. Yeah, this is gonna be okay. I don't know if I'm gonna fit in there, but we're gonna try. We're trying to slip down into that. Yep. Perfect. Ow. Okay, now we do need to catch ourselves on the left side. So if we can pre-winch that tree. Ooh, is that a stable tree? It is. Okay, so we're gonna winch the left side and we're just gonna do this really, really carefully. One guy, thanks for the follow on TikTok, by the way. I'm just gonna like inch it in. The problem is if I start tipping the other way, I'm kind of like, it's kind of it. Any diff lock? Those diffs are not actually locked. I just need that front wheel to start spinning. Any of my left side wheels to start spinning would be nice. We might have to pull ourselves down straight. That tree's having a hell of a time with this. Okay. This might just fully tip me. Let's use a side winch. Let's use a side winch. That is the smarter way to do it. Okay, we're falling. Still not moving. Okay, we're wedged enough. Want this winch. Oh, I can't reach that palm tree that I want. Why not, though? Must be the angle. Okay. We're gonna have to use this winch spot. Can't you just leave it off the side and fix it later? No, I'd have to send another truck to come get it if I tip. Okay. Average Mercedes behavior here. Okay. I just gotta make sure I don't tip over to the left. Yes, we've got that side winch now. Okay. That should keep us stable. Is this how you're supposed to play this? There's safer ways to play this. But once you've got 5,000 hours, yeah.
To the
Bethy! What the heck? Bethy, thank you for those 5 gifted. Those went to Ireland, Blue Nile, Silly Surprise, Leo Twitch, Bearded Mechanic, West Coast Dairy Farm, D-Dub Games, Mickey, Foot Icon, and Unloading RS. Beth, what the heck was that for? How are you? Welcome in. Okay. Good. Okay, we've wedged into that tree. Now we can probably just back this up. I may need a rear winch to rotate the back end. Yeah, we could try that. That might be a little too angled, but rotate the back end out so we can reposition. Good. Okay. Okay, now very carefully, can we just go? Yeah, I mean, I think we could just go straight down. We do have a snorkel, so we could go into the water a little bit. So if we just go straight out now. Oh, we're out. We're out. Now we just have to not tip into the river on these rocks. And we're good. I thought you said D-dubs? No, D-dubs. Realize you're wearing a beanie in the middle of summer. I've got my air conditioning actually working today, so I'm good at the moment. I'm actually wearing a sweater. Oh, this sweater is really breathable. I'm wearing a beanie and a sweater at the moment. I might go change halfway through the stream though. It is getting a little warm. I just didn't want to do my hair today. Yeah, it's a toque. I'm Canadian. It might be over. Ooh. We got it. Holy, that's a strong fern, dude. Okay, saved by the fern. Use this sandbar. And where are we going from here? Bragging quite a bit. I don't think I have any. No, we don't have any witches. So we gotta do this. Well, actually, I might be able to get that. To rotate us a little bit. She's in there. Take it back. Congrats on making that. Thanks, Oppo. I appreciate that. You got it. That's a truck, not a submarine? It's kind of a submarine, to be honest with you. Okay, now let's just pin it and don't stop moving. I think we're getting hung up on some rocks here. Yeah, we might have to pull back and reposition. We go like this. Back in reverse. Okay. I just don't want to tip here. Our suspension is not very tip friendly. Yeah, it's just a big chunk of rocks there. I think I'm going to tip if I make this turn to the right, though. We're getting there. Gonna be ready to winch that if we need to. No, it's still too deep. It's still too deep. We gotta get out of there. Okay, we're just gonna go right up along the rocks. I don't think there's any way to do this. We'll just risk it. We'll just risk it. We'll be a little bit of a tip risk, but I bet if we go fast, we can even it out to the left too. Good. No problem. No problem. You can't park there? Yes, I can. I have a permit. I did hear they may have a disc version of GTA later. Yeah, I don't know. Modern, like I said, modern discs. I don't know how legit modern discs even are in terms of game ownership, but it's a step in the right direction. Still want to know if you looked up the GTA PC. Yeah, so I looked that up yesterday, and I think you guys might have been right. I don't think I was correct about that. Somebody had guessed maybe I was thinking of at the time it was the next gen release of GTA that came 6 months before the PC version. That must have been what I was thinking about because it was 6 months later. Because it does seem like the 360 release was like 19 months before. I'm kind of disappointed that I was wrong about that too. Not because I was wrong. I don't care about that. But because that does mean it might be like a year to 2 years before we see the PC release of GTA 6. I was because I had 6 months in my head, probably for that reason. And I was hoping that would be the same for GTA 6. So a little disappointing, but what can you do? Am I going the right way? I thought we had to go. No, we had to go this way. Got the gas for that. Okay. Well, now I gotta reverse down here. Always good. Anthony Blocker, thanks for the share, dude. Did you go bald? Not yet. I swear to God, the second I start balding, I'm shaving my head. It's all coming. I had a dream where I got a bald spot, and I shaved my head. Not last night. This was a while ago. But I didn't have the dream that I got a bald spot and then shaved my head in real life. I shaved my head in my dream, and then I woke up and I still have my hair, so I'm all good. But yeah, you guys will know when I start balding because it's buzz cut, dude. I just wearing a hat. All my games are digital. My PS5 doesn't even have a disc drive. Oh, I forgot the PS5 doesn't even have a disc drive. That's a really good point. Okay, so we need to go into here. So I'm just going to go like this, and then we need to stick to the left. Now, there's not going to be a lot for roads. If we can go with the current, it'll play a little nicer with us, too. It'll push us along just a touch. Certain PS5s do not mind out. Wait, there's a PS5 with a disc drive? I think the Xbox Series S doesn't, and the Series X does? Your PS5 has a disc drive. Oh, I thought they were all discless. Okay, that's good. I have the white Series X, no disc drive either. Wait, what? There's a Series X with no disc drive? Dude, I don't know anything about consoles, apparently. I think they're catching up to how a big percentage of their player base are on PC, though. I'm thinking a year maxed out PC, really. Yeah, but they don't make any money on PC players. That's the thing. It got leaked. They got hacked a while back, just a few months ago, and their financial data got leaked. And in that financial data, it showed the percentage of money they're making from PC players compared to console players, and it's not even close. Honestly, now that I've seen what GTA is doing with the release, I would not put it past them to release as late as possible on PC so that PC players switch to console and can't hack their money in and are more likely to buy shark cards. I genuinely believe that's what Rockstar is going to do with this. So I think it'll be a while. I think it'll be more than a year until PC release. I hope it's less. I'd love to play it on PC. But to be honest with you, like I always say, like this has been my whole thing with interacting with gaming. Just follow the money. These decisions all make sense if you just follow the money, and that's where they're at for their earnings. PC players don't make them any money. They buy the game, and a very small percentage of them buy shark cards. Console players, not like that. They buy the game, they buy shark cards like crazy. They'll sub to this GTA Plus nonsense. Like, It'll be money making, dude. Yeah, PS5 does have a disk drive, but some have built-in, some are sold separate. That's so weird. Were you wrong yesterday whenever the GTA 5 launch was? Yeah, I must have been thinking of the next gen release. Being 6 months before PC, because it was a long time. It was a long time before PC. I just don't remember it like that. Like I genuinely remember it being 6 months before. But maybe what had happened is some of my friends got it with next gen, and then I got it with PC or something like that. Also, there was one thing that I couldn't remember, and I couldn't find information on it last time. Or last night when I looked. GTA Online came a little bit after GTA came out, but I think it was like a couple of weeks. Did PC Grand Theft Auto come with online or no? Or did it launch with online day one? I feel like it wasn't day one, because I do remember, like, that's literally the only time I played the story. But maybe it just, like, none of my friends were on or something like that, so I did that. Okay, we gotta go. Oh, shoot. I gotta go find this. I gotta hit this. I gotta get here and then here. No, this is not right. We can't go this way. No, it was not day one. No, it was not day one on console, but was it day one on PC? I know for a fact it wasn't day one on console. Was it day one on PC? Did not come out day one. It came out like a year later. What? No. I'm ready to be wrong again on this. GTA Online came out 2 weeks after GTA released on console. But what about for PC? I looked that one up yesterday. I was able to find that yesterday. That online came out a week later. Remember when the truck glitched out earlier? I did not manage to forget that. Yeah. I didn't forget that in 30 minutes. PC, I think, was day one. Maybe it was day one, but like the servers were bugged and we couldn't make it work. I remember that was a big issue when it launched on console, GTA Online. The servers were really rough. I don't think they realized how many people wanted to play online, dude. I ended up getting the one with the disc drive because at the time I was using physical copies of games and it's useful for playing DVDs. Is there backwards compatibility on the Series X? Like, can you play Xbox 360 games on the Xbox Series X or Xbox One games or something like that? How does that work? I think that it came out on PC day one. Then I remember that the servers were completely down for a day or two. I think we're finding the right answer to that, because I do remember buying it with all my friends, waiting for the midnight release, being excited for GTA Online, but for some reason we couldn't play it at the time. I just do not remember what that reason was. And that was PC release date. Yeah, I know that. GTA Online as a whole came out before PC release. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think we gotta go diff lock. Just struggle through this a little bit. You can play Xbox One, but not 360 on the Series X. Okay, that's kind of a shame because I don't have any Xbox One games. I skipped Xbox One. I went PC at the time, and then I bought an X. But I have a bunch of 360 games that I want to play. You can play a select few of 360. Oh, well, that might be kind of nice. Amy found me a copy of Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, which is a massive childhood game for me. Now, luckily, it's on Game Pass at the moment, which is good. But I want to be able to play it once it's off Game Pass, because I don't know if it'll be there forever. That game is so good, dude. It's like the OG Trailmakers. I don't know. If you play Trailmakers, Nuts and Bolts probably isn't worth the play. But that's exactly what it's like, is Trailmakers. GTA 4 can play on the Series X? That's sick, dude. Jack and Dexter was better. Oh, Nuts and Bolts was nothing like OG Banjo-Kazooie. I didn't like the original Banjo-Kazooie. I didn't care for games like that. Nuts and Bolts was like its own thing. It actually really pissed off a lot of Banjo-Kazooie fans because it literally was not a Banjo-Kazooie game. But I liked it. The only game I kind of liked was Ratchet and Clank. That was kind of in that style, was Ratchet and Clank. I thought that was a fun one. I had it for the PSP or something like that. It was good. Have you played Crash Bandicoot? Keep forgetting about that game. Yeah, oh, what was the one that I had growing up? Wrath of something. Crash Bandicoot Wrath of something was the one that we had. It was okay. By the time that we were playing it, it felt kind of outdated because you have to remember my first video game was Halo CE. Like, we were already into first-person shooters in like fully open world 3D environments kind of by the time I got into gaming. And so the style of Crash Bandicoot already kind of felt retro. And at the time, I had no interest in retro games. Now I'm kind of going the other way. Like, I'm like, oh, there's so many of these retro games that are tons of fun. Like, I'm going back and playing old RTSs and platformers and stuff like that. But at the time, I was like, I want the newest, best thing with the best graphics. And the big thing that I always cared about was open world. That's all I wanted. I just wanted open world. I didn't really touch a lot of games that weren't open world. All of my favorites at the time. That was the big thing for me. I don't think I even cared about graphics that much. I noticed a lot of kids care about graphics more than anything else. For me, it was open world or nothing. And if the game was an open world, I didn't care for it. I still kind of have a little bit of that now. Like, linear story games still, they're not really for me, you know? Favorite driving sim? Oh, that's a tough one, dude. I think it's gonna be BeamNG. I really think BeamNG is gonna be like the best of the best. It might take it 20 years for it to get there, you know? Almost out of gas. I don't know if we can do this in the amount of fuel that we have, actually. Okay, we're gonna turn off our all-wheel drive and only use it when we need it because I don't have much left. We're gonna be smart here. I haven't seen any collapsing bridges yet. No, I did see crumbling road, but no collapsing bridges yet. You're booting up Crash Bandicoot now? That's wild. That's wild. Spyro, yeah, we had Spyro. We had a PS1 or a PS2 for a little bit. And the only game I remember from the early PlayStation days was Spyro. That one was okay. I was really young at the time. I was so young that Spyro was almost too hard. And so I wasn't a big fan of that one either, honestly. Spyro was your favorite back in the day? Spyro was your favorite. I'm trying to remember. I cycled through a lot of games. I think the big ones for me was the Halo series. That was kind of the only linear series that I cared about. The Halo series, and then Fallout 4 and New Vegas, and Skyrim were my big ones. I was also a huge fan of Just Cause. It was Just Cause 2 at the time. It wasn't until much later that Just Cause 3 came out, but Just Cause 2 at the time, love that game. That was so good. I think we peaked with Just Cause 3 personally, but it didn't really hold up. I went back to play Just Cause 3 the other day, and it didn't really hold up. It did feel very clunky in the same way that the Splinter Cell games now feel very clunky. That it's from the same era of gaming, and I don't know, I can't quite pin it down why games from that era feel so clunky, but I think it was just the standard of controls. I think the HUDs were really overbearing, and and the movement felt kind of weird, but I just can't really put my finger on it, you know? It's still worth playing though. Yeah, Just Cause 3 is still fun. That's still really good. Oh, the other series that I was obsessed with was the Mech Warrior series, but it wasn't Mech Warrior. They made kind of a more arcadey version of the game called Mech Assault, and it was a spin-off of the Mech Warrior series. It was a more linear, less complex, more story-driven BattleTech game. And it just kind of played like Call of Duty with mechs, basically. I love that game. And then much later, I really got into the Mech Warrior games. Holy dude. I still love that series. The only other person I've found that loves that series as much as I do is the guy that runs the Sim Gaming Expo. I think XC, I don't know if XC is here. XC will often talk about Mech Warrior as well, but the guy that runs the Sim Gaming Expo, you'll see him in chat sometimes too. is like one of the only other people I've met that actually loves that game as much as I do. Jameson, thanks for that follow, dude. I appreciate that. Welcome in. I did play Twisted Metal. Yeah, Twisted Metal was fun. That was probably one of my early driving games. Yeah. Games from 2011 to 2015 are the best when gaming companies tried to make enjoyable games. When AAA companies knew how to make enjoyable games. Listen, we're in the golden age of gaming right now. If you think gaming is going downhill, get out of the AAA pipeline and play some good indie games or AA games or single A games or whatever. But yeah, you're right. Like we were getting bangers from big company. Like Ubisoft was making bangers. Ghost Recon Wildlands. That's like one of my all-time favorites. I don't know if Ubisoft has managed to hit that level of gaming since then, dude. You ever tried Hawken or Hawks? I don't know Hawkins. I do know Hawk. Tom Clancy's Hawks. I don't know Hawken. Need for Speed 2015. You know what? Need for Speed, I think, was starting to go downhill at that point. I think that's when they started to get into always online. It started requiring some PvP interactions, which kind of ruined the game. Need for Speed went through a rough patch around then. Like the Most Wanted series went through a really tough patch around then. And it kind of got me out. I came back a little bit for Heat. I hear some of the ones since Heat were good, but that kind of kicked me out of that series, to be honest with you. Can I easily go down here? Like if I was going to try and do it because otherwise I'm going to recover. So if the truck gets wrecked, I don't really care. But I just want to unlock this mission while we're here. Just see if we can do it. Another one of these really sketchy, definitely not roads, but that's all right. Chat, what's your most obscure game that you remember playing as a child that you don't think... If you had to guess a game that you played as a child that nobody else in chat will know, what do you think it is? Like just the most insanely niche, found it out of a discount bin game that you liked. They think nobody in chat will recognize. Legend of Legaia? I've never heard of that. Or is it Legia or Legaia? Pong? No, everybody knows Pong. That's a terrible guess. That's a terrible one. Everybody knows Pong. But probably most people haven't actually played actual Pong. Just some mobile game version of it. Silent Hunter? I don't recognize any of these. SSX Tricky, The Warriors, Echo the Dolphin? Oh my god. These are crazy, dude. Over the Hedge game for the OG Nintendo DS. That's so good. Blast Core on N64. Oh, I know Blast Core. Juice? What? I know Worms. Worms is a good one, but Worms had a mainstream moment. Worms definitely had a mainstream moment. I think mine is Scrapland. American McGee's Scrapland is about a robot detective in an alternate universe where humans aren't allowed on the robot planet, and a human gets framed for committing a robot murder, and you have to try and help him and figure out who did it. It's terrible. It was not a good game, but it was good at the time. There's a remaster of it on Steam. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. Seriously, it's not worth playing through unless you've got some level of nostalgia for it. But dang, dude. Feel like you can't do any Zelda yet. Like any like actual series that are still around. Meet the Robinsons at a game. Radical Dinosaur. I know. Wait, Ex Machina or Deus Ex Cuban? Are you talking about the OG Deus Ex series, or are you talking? Is there another game called Ex Machina? I don't know a game called Ex Machina, but I do know the OG Deus Ex series. Good pick if that's what it is. What about Cool Borders on the PS? Cool Borders? Dude, these are insane games. Empty Containers. Nice. Okay, that's something new, I think. Okay, we got to get up to this last watchtower up here, but I think I'm going to use an actual scout potentially with a radar, so I can hit the other end of this map. Also, I want to probably radar that, but we'll see. All right, I'm gonna leave this here for now, and then we're gonna go back. Duck Hunt SCN. Ooh, I feel like Duck Hunt actually might have been, people might have known Duck Hunt. I never played it, but I'm aware of it. No, Ex Machina car combat based action RPG. No, I've never heard of that either. I've never heard of that. Okay, we need to go. Oh, holy. You know what? If we just stick to the road, we can get kind of far just on the road till we hit here, and then we could probably cross over. Not really the direction I wanted to do this, but it'll work. Oh my god. Oh, this is terrible. Okay, we gotta try and get up to there. The road for this. Oh, maybe we gotta go, and then we gotta go. What? Okay, here, and then we're gonna radar there. We might have to send a fuel truck up to support this, but we'll see. We'll see how far we can get. What season map is this? This is the one that came out like yesterday. It is called, well, it's Mexico. It's season 18. I can't remember what the DLC is called, though. They always have like a weird title for it or something like that. Nobody talking about Raised to Honor? Nope, didn't see that. Virtual Boxing, thanks for the follow. Metal Gear Solid for Nintendo? MGS is probably mainstream enough. Driver San Francisco, probably mainstream enough. That's a good one, though. Bannon, welcome in. Patch and Power? Never heard of that, dude. Do I have any more obscure ones myself? Any more obscure ones? Maybe not as obscure as Scrapland, but Crimson Skies. Anyone remember Crimson Skies for the original Xbox? It was like a semi-open world pirate game, but you played in little fighters, and you were based out of a Zeppelin. So rather than ships, it was Zeppelins, and it would deploy fighters. Dude, that was so good. That one is actually on Game Pass now, so I think it's less obscure, but anyone play Silent Hunter? No, never heard of it. No Silent Hunter. Came with my Moo Cow Gateway PC. I don't even know what that means, dude. Do you know the Steam Machine is not worth the money? In what way? I would probably try and form your own opinions rather than just parrot random people on the internet. I don't think the Steam Machine is worth the money for everyone, but there absolutely is a type of person that Steam Machine is worth the money. 1K for 500 terabytes. You can't build a similar PC. It's 500 gigabytes, by the way. 512 gigabytes. You can't build a similar PC for the same price. Probably not. I couldn't. Some people could, but probably not with today's RAM prices. You'd be hard pressed to hit that performance for that price. But it's still only going to apply to a limited amount of people. I feel like if you only had $1,000 to spend and not $1,500 to spend to build a better PC, then you would buy it. But honestly, Steam Machine will be worth it for some people. I don't know if you tried to build a PC lately. I just built a PC a couple of months ago, and they're not cheap to build right now. They're definitely using some industry perks and purchasing power to cut the price of that down to lower than we could build it for. Not that nobody can do it, but Sparks doesn't know what the Moo Cow Gateway PC was. Dude, you gotta be making words up. I've never heard of that. I like the Steam Machine, but the 4K 60 FPS claim is kind of misleading. 4K, I mean, it's capable of it. It does depend on the game, though. It's misleading for consoles. When the consoles claim they can do 4K 120 FPS as well, that's also misleading because most of their AAA games don't run at that, to be fair. It's as misleading for the Steam Machine as it is when PlayStation and Xbox claim the same thing. Do you need a PC to run sims like Farmers 25, SnowRunner, and Microsoft? No, all of those are console friendly, and all of those are actually really well optimized for console. Now, here's the thing about simulators. Most simulators that you play now are on console and are optimized well for console, but the gear isn't there. So, like, you can play them with a controller or with some limited simulator gear, the benefit of a PC is the gear that you can put on it. Lenovo LOQ towers are a good shout. i7 14.4 and an RTX 4060 for cheap. What's cheap? Like 1,800 bucks, 1,500 bucks. Medal of Honor. I'm surprised Medal of Honor dipped. Like, I feel like if Medal of Honor went the same way as Ghost Recon and just evolved for modern taste, we'd have some banger Medal of Honor games. But they just didn't. They just like stopped making them, or did they keep making them and I just don't hear about them anymore? Oh my god! That's okay. I found one of your crushable bridges, dude. That scared me. I didn't see Beyond Drive Beyond has new vehicles. That's sick. I got a some developers reached out to us, sent us a game. It's called Arctic Drive, I think. And it's kind of like a winter Drive Beyond. They sent me 4 keys. So maybe we could, I mean, we might just try it on our own, but we could also play with Dad and Damon if we wanted to. It seems like it's Drive Beyond, but a little more survival like. Paid 600 secondhand. Oh, dude, the secondhand market rocks for stuff like that. But you gotta know what you're doing to shop the secondhand PC market, because there's a lot of crap out there. Like, I don't think somebody buying their first PC should shop the secondhand PC market. They should at least have like a friend or something that knows the market, or even just post it on Reddit and be like, hey, is this a good deal? Is a little less risky, but for your first PC, be real careful with secondhand, because there's some amazing deals and there's some actual scams out there. Oh, come on. Get out of that water. We're good. We're good. I am going to have to repair, but at least I have service stuff. That was close. I see why this thing doesn't have a snorkel, because it'd be so busted with it, but... Or it doesn't have a snorkel and I just don't have it on. Most of the original Medal of Honor devs left the company and made the Call of Duty series. Oh, really? Maybe that's why. I believe they did an MOH not too many years ago. It was like a VR-based version. VR Medal of Honor. I did not hear about that. That's kind of sick, though. Yeah, I remember Medal of Honor. That was a favorite of Damon, actually. He had a Medal of Honor game that he really liked. It was very common for us to spend our allowances on video games, and so we had a lot of cool little games floating around that we'd buy in like the discount bin. Oh, one that there's okay. I've got an obscure one that I don't think anybody's heard of. Chrome Hounds. I had a nightmare of a time finding this. I went to a convention to try and find a copy of this game, and I think it was a Chinese game that was translated to English, or a Japanese game that was translated to English, and you'd build mechs and then you'd fight them in open world battles for territory control, and then there was like missions, but it was really hard. It was not an easy game. I still haven't met anybody that knew Chrome Hounds. Wind Waker was actually my favorite Zelda game. Oh, I need a snorkel here, dude. This is not the right truck for this. Okay, we're gonna try. We're gonna see how far we make it, but we might end up dead in the water here and need a tow through. I'll tow it through, though. I won't return it. I'll tow it through because I need this on the other side. This thing can barely handle the water level. Zoom in just a touch, maybe, so I can see this water level a little better. I have the Medal of Honor game for the PS2. Some were around my place. Yeah, we had... I can't remember which one we had. Here we go. Now we're getting into it. Gonna be a lot of Tarzan winching here. MOH Frontline and Rising Sun are goated. Which one did I have? Oh, we had 2. We had one for the PSP and one for the Xbox. I think the Xbox 360. Airborne. It was Medal of Honor Airborne for the Xbox 360. That one was awesome. It was like a perpetual battle too. Like, you didn't, if you died, you didn't lose or reload a save. You respawned in a parachute and you came back down, but the level was still going. You could lose, but it was like if you lost the objectives, you would lose. It was sick, dude. I like that game. The game that I never feel like we got a real sequel to or a spiritual successor was the original Battlefield game. When Battlefield came out, it wasn't like a story-based linear game so much. It was, the levels were a full battlefield, and you could play as any soldier or unit on the battlefield. So vehicles included, and you could teleport in between them, and if you died, you teleport to one that was still alive. And all you had to do was you had to influence the battle by individual characters enough to win, and then you would progress. So there was like a loose story to it, but you didn't play a character. And then by the time Battlefront 2 came out, it wasn't like that anymore. And I never felt like we got a game similar to that. And I think that's what I really want, is a game where we can like take control of any soldier on the battlefield. I think there's been some since then, but none that have really hit quite the same way as to what I wanted, I guess. This map actually looks so unique to the previous. It definitely is in terms of design. We'll see if the missions are anything special. That's kind of where I'm at for uniqueness, is the missions are gonna have to be something special. Xbox Battlefield 2 was like that. It was not like that on PC. Was it Battlefield 2? Am I thinking of Battlefield 1 or 2? Okay, I think this is the way we go now. I remember the case. There was an Abrams tank on the front. The case was brown and black, maybe a little bit of orange. Is it Battlefield 2 or was it Battlefield 1? Maybe it was Battlefield 2. Either one of those. Tempted to buy the full S5 pack as I already own the previous 2 maps from it due to that key. Oh, did you get a discount on it then? You would become a PC gamer by then? By Battlefield 2? That's early, dude. You were an early PC player. Because that was an old game. That was like one that I played as a child. I feel like you got in there pretty quick. I'm 46, bro. I know. I just like, even, it doesn't matter what age you were. I feel like that was like the golden era of consoles. And PC was still kind of taking off, you know? You definitely got in on PCs before the hype. I'm trying to think of when did PC really have its takeoff? And you could honestly, we could talk about this as a matter of opinion all day, but this is probably statistically verifiable. When do you guys think PC took off? Like, was there a series or something that took off? Or has it just been gradual since it started? It specifically was not a Bad Company game. This was before Battlefield came out with Bad Company. Bad Company is when Battlefield actually started getting into linear story missions. This was pre-Bad Company, when Battlefield was a kind of a first-person strategy game, is what it was, to be honest with you. It was a first-person strategy game. Bad Company is the bane of my Battlefield love. Is the bane, like, that killed it for you? That, you know what, though? As good as Bad Company was, I love Bad Company. I did like the OG Battlefield better, honestly. We did not need fully destructible environment. This is the hottest take of all time. You hated Bad Company? Interesting. So I kind of, like, I didn't hate Bad Company. I liked it for what it was. It's a very beloved game. I like Bad Company. I just missed what we lost when we got Bad Company. I like Bad Company. I like the campaign. I love the humor. I love the destructible environments, because not a lot of games were doing it at that point. I'm just sad that we lost what we had with Battlefield before. So I kind of see where you're coming from. That is a hot take for sure. It was a string of Battlefield trying to be like COD. See, I feel like Battlefield was COD, but better. Like Bad Company was when Battlefield, I agree, it started turning into COD, but it was doing it better than Call of Duty, and the multiplayer was better too, because we still had those open world big battles, which is what Battlefield became known for. Oh. I'm just gonna radar here, I guess. How do I do this? Enable radar. We'll just scan here and see what happens. I think Fortnite's prime. Fortnite is when PC took off? No, before that. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Call of Duty either. If my friends get into it, I'll play it every couple of years, but I'm not really a big COD fan. Oh, I probably should have just hit the watchtower first. Oh, that's right. We were trying to get to the watchtower. Yeah, we're in the right place, so I gotta take a left here. Thought I took the wrong turn for the 50th time in this game. And I played my first FPS until Operation Flashpoint. So I'm Arma all day. Dude, Arma is when I really started to love PC games. That guy was into the competitive StarCraft scene, and you know, that was my early PC gaming stuff. But Arma that's what pushed it over the edge. That's why I was like, oh, PC is so much better than console. Is when I got into Arma and some of the milsim stuff, and oh my god, dude, so good. Started playing PC games in 1998. I believe it. There were good games on PC. I'm just wondering when it started gaining like mass appeal. I don't think it blew up. I think PCs have just been a steady build. I think they've just been a steady build over the last 20 years. I don't really know if they had a blow up moment, to be honest with you. I don't think a particular game did it. World of Warcraft, but even World of Warcraft didn't blow up. World of Warcraft steadily built. Doom might have been, yeah, okay, I mean, Doom might have been when the biggest batch of people started recognizing the potential. Yeah, Doom and Quake might have been when people really started realizing the potential of PC compared to dedicated consoles. And then after that, it really was steady. I don't know if I don't know. Can you guys think of a specific game? No, Diablo was a slow build. Everything from Blizzard was a pretty slow build. World of Warcraft, Diablo. I mean, these were huge franchises, but they didn't blow up overnight. And you know what, though? I don't know if games blew up overnight the same way, because we didn't have the internet to suddenly throw a new game in our face and introduce it to 10 million people at once and they all start playing the same day like what happens now. It was games would get popular by word of mouth, and then magazines, and you know, they'd get popular slowly because the mediums were slow. Now when a game gets popular, it's overnight because of TikTok. Some TikTok goes viral, and then the game is famous, you know, it gets 1 million players overnight. It didn't happen like that before. And I don't know if PC gaming ever really had that moment. There's been PC games since then that have done that, but not sure if there was one that really got a bunch of people to buy PC. The other thing is, like, even if a PC game takes off and every single person in the world at one time sees the same game and is interested in it, it's not like everybody has $2,000 to just drop that day on a PC because they saw a game that they liked. I don't know if consoles and PCs and mediums like that can blow up the same way because they're so expensive. A good example of that is Repo. Oh, we've got so many. Repo, Lethal Company, Mecha Chameleon in recent history, as in like this week. Mecha Chameleon, you know, these games will blow up overnight and people will get into them, but nobody's buying PCs because these games are taking off, right? If they have a PC, they'll play the game. I don't know if a PC can do it the same way. You know what? Actually, in terms of global impact and people getting into PC gaming, it probably is some sort of esport, and I do think Counter-Strike is the right answer, Homer. I think you're actually correct. Again, I don't think it's like a giant boom in the way we're thinking with games. But yeah, I think in terms of a game getting people to buy or at least play PCs at a cafe or something like that, Counter-Strike is probably number one. And then I think in terms of probably the top 5 slots, I would be willing to bet. And I don't know if there's any way to actually verify this, so this is all hearsay. But I would be willing to bet that the top 5 games for people getting into PCs are esports of some sort. I bet it is stuff like Counter-Strike, League of Legends, Valorant, Rainbow Six Siege, Fortnite. I mean, Fortnite's been playable on console, so not so much, but Fortnite, I'm sure. Yeah, I think those are the ones that kind of had the biggest and quickest takeoff. World of Warcraft, as many people got into it, I don't know if it was driving people to PC, but I was young. When World of Warcraft was having its moment, I was quite young, and I wasn't exactly tuned into the economy at that point, you know? So I don't know, dude. To be honest, I think people like 5 million, as tons of people went to PC because of that. Games like 5M. Sorry, you said 5M and I read it 5 million. You mean 5M is in like GTA. You think 5M brought a lot of people to PC? After seeing GTA's PC numbers, I don't know if it really was as big as it feels. I think it took off for content creators. I think a lot of people watch 5M, but I don't think a lot of people actually play. Now, when I say a lot of people, I just mean the difference between the amount of people watching 5M content and the amount of people playing. I think there is a lot of people watching 5M content and a lower percentage of them actually playing it. I don't know if it brought a lot of people to PC, although I'm sure it did, right? For me, I just got into PC more recently than most people, but I fell in love with it for the some of the indie games that were on PC, so that's what brought me to it. Chat, I guess we could do a little sample of this. Chat, what's the game, if you play on PC, or if you want to play on PC but don't, what is the game that did that for you? What was the game that you saw on PC where you're like, I'm gonna get a PC, and then you either did or you haven't but you want to? What is that game for you? If you remember, I mean, for some people this was 35 years ago, but like, what was that game for you? Rainbow Six Siege is playable on console. Yeah, that's right. Ooh, I forgot that we would have a very heavy simulation bias here. That's interesting. ETS and ATS, I feel like are, yeah, I feel like that's a common answer, because we are so heavily biased towards simulators in this community, obviously. World of Warcraft, Farm Sim, because of the mods. I'm assuming, so if you guys say a game that's on console, I'm assuming it's because of the mods, because you'd already have played the game or been able to play the game. But I'm assuming it's because it's moddable. So if it's GTA 5M, yeah, because it's moddable. Farm Sim, because it's moddable. I feel like that's probably one of the biggest reasons for games like that. War Thunder. Well, War Thunder's on... That's actually an interesting one, because War Thunder is on console. And as far as I know, people are not heavily modding War Thunder. Can you explain the War Thunder answer, Daryl? That's actually the one that stands out of all these. SWAT 4 is such a pick, dude. Hell yeah, SWAT 4. Can you explain why War Thunder brought you to PC instead of playing on console? Because it is on console. Flight Sim, yeah, simulators I feel like are a big one. Objection says Flight Sim was what made me build my first PC. That's fair. Flight Sims in general have only recently made it to console. Those are some of the OG PC games. Like, legitimately, simulators was all... If you say I play simulators, you played Flight Sims. That's what you play. You didn't play other simulators. There weren't other simulators. For a good chunk of years, simulators meant I play Flight Sim. Which is totally valid. Yeah, I forgot about that, honestly. Family sitting around playing quiz games on the same keyboard? No, we did that. We did that with friends. We did that with family. I was still around for that time, for sure. Ark Survival Evolved and DayZ, which did actually come to PC later. For me, see, we played StarCraft on our Macs. They didn't make me go to PC. I didn't buy a PC for StarCraft. We had a family Mac, and we played StarCraft on that. And that was fine. StarCraft 1 and 2. World of Warcraft, same thing. We just played it on the Mac. We did not switch to PC. In fact, my dad, I think, played WoW on the Mac all the time. I don't think we bought a PC for that. I think it was DayZ, and I think for myself, my dad, and my brother, it was DayZ and no, EVE Online was on the Mac too. I'm almost certain it was DayZ, and I think for me specifically, it was DayZ. Yeah, which is why the one that locked me in was actually Arma, because you had to play Arma. You had to have Arma to play DayZ. And I got into that later. DayZ was awesome, but it was probably Arma that really made me see the potential. And then after that, it was Space Engineers. Space Engineers and BeamNG, which I still cannot believe it's as old as it is. Those ones were why I upgraded my PC personally. SnowRunner, Roadcraft, this is SnowRunner. Is it dark already? Oh, it is. Wow. Norris, thank you for the follow on TikTok. I appreciate that. For War Thunder, you need more controls, and on an Xbox controller, you don't have that, and mouse and keyboard on console is buggy. On PC, you can have custom paint job mods or test service. Interesting. I haven't played a lot of War Thunder. I've only dabbled in War Thunder. And so I don't really know the intricacies of it, but I wouldn't have guessed that that was one that would make you move over to PC. That's interesting. Grims, thank you for the follow. PlanetSide 2 is such a big... Dude, PlanetSide 2 had so much potential, but they went to the dark side. PlanetSide 2 fell to pay to win, and it became unplayable without paying. That was my first. That's actually interesting. PlanetSide 2 was personally my worst pay to win experience. It was my first for sure, but I still think to this day it was my worst pay to win experience. I genuinely felt the highest level of disgust, and I stopped playing that day. The day I realized PlanetSide 2 was as pay to win as it is, I never booted it up again. Chad, do you guys have a lot of pay to win games that made you stop playing? Like, do you remember, what was your biggest pay to win experience where you were like, screw this, I'm never touching this again? If you had one. It didn't end up pay to win, it went pay to advance quickly, which isn't pay to... No, for a while there was pay to win because you had all of these players, and this was later in its life cycle. Because what I actually did was I played a bunch of PlanetSide 2, had a great time, got out of it, and then came back. And at that point, the only people who were playing were using almost exclusively paid weapons, or like they were things you could technically unlock without paying. But I'm gonna be honest, if it's pay to advance to a certain extent, it is pay to win, because the experience that myself and my friends had in PlanetSide, going back to PlanetSide, was we couldn't win any fights. We couldn't have a good time. All we could do was be cannon fodder for the players that had either been playing for so long that they had unlocked all the stuff, or had paid to get there. And there were like we were against level 1s that were wrecking us because they had purchased at least 1 or 2 items, and we didn't want to do that. We didn't like PlanetSide enough to pay for it. And so even though you're technically right, it was pay to advance, as in you didn't have to pay to win. But when that system gets intense, it is pay to win, in my opinion. Maybe I'm happy to hear some retort to that. But in my opinion, if a game forces you, or the experience is so bad without pain, even though you could play without pain, I'm going to call that pay to win. SnowRunner's kind of pay to win. I agree with that. SnowRunner's pay to win. Now, it's a single player game, so that only affects you. If anything, it only ruins your experience. But I do actually agree with that. SnowRunner is pay to win. 100%. The Mastodon is an objectively pay to win thing. The Jetpack is objectively pay to win. I don't have any disagreement with that. Other than the fact that you don't, like, the most egregious pay to win is when other players are impacting your experience in some way. Pay to win is definitely still possible on a single player game, but it really just ruins your experience more than anything else. So fair. I haven't touched PlanetSide 2 since 2023. The biggest issue was Zergs, and the level 1s were likely alts due to people moving servers. What's Zergs? Biggest issue was Zergs? What is that? What does that mean? I only know that in the context of Toy Story. And honestly, it's got worse due to the devs giving up, and there's a bug where you have to spawn into a vehicle and sit there for 10 to 15 minutes before you can go infantry. That's nasty, dude. That's bad. I'll play Arma instead. If not PvP, then not pay to win. PvP is more pay to do it your way. Okay, let's have that conversation. Let's have that conversation. Is it pay to win if it's not PvP in some way? And that could even be as simple as leaderboards. Zerg means mass blobs of the same team. Oh, interesting. Okay. In my opinion, it's still pay to win, but the impact is different. So this is gonna be my how I'm framing it now, but I'm willing to budge on this. I still say it's objectively pay to win in its purest form because you are paying real money to win the game faster or easier. I think that's the most simplest form of pay to win, and that doesn't technically rely on a PvP element. However, pay to win is way more egregious and horrible when it's PvP. I will say that I see why the take could definitely be PvP is what makes it pay to win, because the impact is so much worse when there's, you know, when there's other players involved, especially players who are not paying. I will agree with that. Pay to win is pay to win. If you pay to get an advantage, then it's pay to win, even if it's not PvP. I'm on that same page as well. Definitely on that same page. How big is the corner of this map? Okay, let's do a scan here. I think we've got the gas to do it. Go like this. Stronghold was a good game back in the day. I don't know if I played that one. Do you have a job besides streaming? If so, what kind of job do you do? Not anymore. I used to be a retail manager. But I quit and now I play video games all day. That pisses people off, that's for sure. I'm on console and I play Farm Sim. I want to do start from scratch, but it gives me vehicles. I want to do it with nothing. Turn off the starter farm option, but to be honest with you, the modded maps sometimes aren't possible. Sometimes you gotta play a non-modded map or find the right map. Forza pay to win? Forza pay to win. Forza, can you pay to win? I don't think there's a pay element to Forza. Well, no, I'm not going to say Forza's pay to win. You definitely, at least it's a very low percentage of pay to win if it is. I don't think you have to pay to win in Forza. Forza's pay to win, you get some better cars with the DLC card. Yeah, but you unlock cars so insanely fast. Okay, I would say... I got another point to this take. Hi, Jimsu. I got another point to this take, maybe. Nearly any game can be pay to win, to be honest with you. I think when you really look into it, nearly every game is pay to win. And Forza 100% has pay to win elements because you can pay to unlock the map. You can pay to get better cars. And so those are pay to win elements. But without paying, that really doesn't put you that far behind. Like if you don't pay in Forza for DLC cards, you still win races. You still win online races. You maybe don't progress quite as fast, but it's still pretty darn close. Like those DLC cars get you through your first few races. They get you winning in online lobbies early. But generally the meta cars after the first couple of weeks are no longer pay to win. So I would say Forza has some pay to win elements, but I would not describe it as a pay to win game. But that kind of begs the question, like what percentage of pay to win does it need to be for you to say it's a pay to win game? And I don't know how you'd quantify this in terms of percentage. Maybe percentage is the wrong way to look at it. But how much pay to win does it have to be before it pisses you off? Before you're like, this is a stupid pay to win game. You know, like, because, and I know the War Thunder players aren't going to like this. War Thunder is pay to win, but it does such a good job of riding the line between pay to win and not, that free players will still play it, and they'll still pay, or they still will play for free hundreds and hundreds of hours, and it won't kick them out. Like, they will still want to play War Thunder, even though it is blatantly pay to win. It doesn't feel as egregious. People will still do it. World of Tanks, I've heard, is actually pay to win. As a War Thunder player, I agree. Right. So War Thunder is doing it right. I have another one for you. GTA Online. Now that we see how many players are buying shark cards, GTA Online is objectively pay to win. And anybody that has played knows this. Anybody that has played knows that GTA Online is objectively a pay to win experience. But I still played it. I didn't stop. I kept playing it. It didn't affect me when other players had better stuff. I would never win any of the open world fights. Anything that wasn't evened out as an event, you know, you'd never win if you weren't paying, but you still play it. GTA 5 is just waiting for a cheater to spam money on you. Well, I mean, they still sold that money. They still sold an insane amount of shark cards. Some people did that as well. It does have a cheating problem. But the pay to win doesn't feel that bad. It's almost like, as long as the company rides the line between pay to win and the free experience, everybody's kind of okay with it, you know? Which is kind of nuts. World of Warships dances that line of pay to win to me. It was more like pay to play the boat you want. Stares at $900 misery. Another one that does it really well is... See, there's no win condition in this. Don't tell Dad I said this. But Star Citizen. Star Citizen is a pay-to-win game, right? Like, you can, allegedly, get all of those $20,000 ships by playing the game normally, but it still pushes a lot of players to buy it with real money for some reason, and nobody complains about pay-to-win. World of Warcraft pay to win. World of Warcraft, I would say, is kind of like Forza, where even though there's objectively pay to win features, all of the goods, like all of the really good stuff, isn't affected by the pay to win system. It's kind of like War Thunder's pay to advance faster. But, like, for anybody that knows World of Warcraft, you can level a character to max level in a day or two. Like, when you know what you're doing, I would say World of Warcraft kind of is like Forza. Another mention, Fortnite is at some points pay to win, as you can buy characters that give you a 1 to 3 centimeter advantage with the height of the character. I would say that's objectively a pay to win thing. Yeah, I would agree with that. Now, again, it doesn't go into the crazy egregious pay to win territory, but yeah, Fortnite, if you can buy skins that give you an advantage, and that's a pay to win feature. Is it a pay to win game? I would argue no, but that is a pay to win feature in a non pay to win game. Call of Duty War, what's it called? What's the one where they fight in the open world? And the last one standing, Battle Royale. What's the Battle Royale Call of Duty thing? What's that called? War something? What the heck is that one called? Anyone play that? Warzone, thank you. Warzone was very famously had a pay-to-win skin named Rose at some point that you couldn't see in the dark. You couldn't, if Rose sat in the shadows, you couldn't see her. And so it had some really bad pay-to-win allegations for a while there. They did patch that a little bit. But yeah, Call of Duty even had a problem with pay to win. So I would say that there are more games that have pay to win features than you would blame for being a pay to win game. But it's just a matter of how bad the pay to win is. We only call it pay to win when the pay to win system gets bad enough. We probably should be like any pay to win system and I'm done, but we don't. Players don't. Players will tolerate a certain amount of pay to win, and mobile game players will tolerate an insane amount of pay to win. In fact, the most popular mobile games in the world are literally impossible to win without playing. Clash of Clans is a game that millions of people play, and it is one of the most egregious pay to win games I've ever played. But mobile game players do not care. They care the least about pay to win compared to any other demographic in gaming. Their most popular games are all pay to win, which I think is wild. I think that's insane. Any pay to win system is horrible and I refuse to partake, which is why I suck. I really respect that. I recognize that I will also tolerate a certain amount of pay to win. I don't feel good about it. I shouldn't. I should stand my ground and be like, nope, no pay to win. Pay to win is stupid. But like, I will still play games with pay to win. This is one of them. This is one of those games. Now, this is one of the least egregious because it's single player, but it still is. Still is. The creator of Supercell used to teach us coding in school. Whoa, what? What a crazy small world, dude. Sometimes War Thunder being pay to win is actually good because it's mostly skill based when noobs buy their way to top tier and are just bad at the game, you get easy kills. I mean, that's good to hear. Maybe that's another factor too, is like, how skill based is it and how much of an advantage does pay to win give you? I don't play a lot of War Thunder, but that's a really good point. You can't buy a dogfighting skill, you know, like if you're bad at War Thunder, it doesn't matter what you're flying. They'll give you an advantage, but at the end of the day, a good pilot will beat a paid player. So that's probably a factor as well, is like, even if it's a pay to win feature, does it dominate or does it just aid a little bit? Now it gets, I would argue, like, what happens when you have a really good player playing for free and a really good player who is paying? I bet that doesn't feel very good. Like, if you're a really good dogfighter against somebody else who's equally as good or maybe even just slightly worse but engaging in the pay to win system, I bet that feels terrible in War Thunder. And again, I don't really know that much about War Thunder. I understand the general idea, but my guess is that does happen a lot. I would need a War Thunder player to tell me if this happens to you. Do you ever feel like you're equally matched with somebody and then you lose because they've got some BS plane that you would need to put 700 hours into the game to afford, or what? In World of Warships, just because I could buy a T9 boat didn't mean I knew what to do far into the game when I bought it. Right. And I think that's fair. I do worry how that impacts the top end, though, at the end of the day. Like, I feel like good player against good player, that starts to feel crappy. It might just be good player against bad player, where the good player is playing for free, the bad player is paying. That probably equals it out a little bit, but I would imagine on the top end, you're like, well, crap, like, this is just stupid. I'm again. Oh, does it have skill-based matchmaking as well? See, skill-based matchmaking also ruins that. It also takes away that little element of pay-to-win balance because you're against people who are equal skill anyways, which kind of takes that away. I am for skill-based matchmaking. By the way, a lot of YouTubers and streamers and stuff are going to try and convince you to be against skill-based matchmaking. I promise you, unless you are the best player in the world, you want skill-based matchmaking. The downside is, yes, you do have to sweat in almost all of your games, but a good skill-based matchmaking will give you a freebie every once in a while. But it goes both ways. It'll crush you every once in a while and give somebody else a freebie using your rating as fodder. But I think that's just part of a good skill-based matchmaking system. If it's minor, then I don't really care, but if it's to a point where it basically makes it where you have to pay to start a new save, for example, yeah, I agree with that. Bara and Ryan, thanks for the follows on TikTok, guys. Appreciate that. Aaron says, I want to play start from scratch, but it gives me vehicles. Yeah, it depends on the map, Aaron. You do have to find a map where it doesn't. Just make sure the starter farm is turned off. Okay, is this the corner of the map? This is the corner, so we can scan this. Use the rest of our gas, probably. Personally, love skill-based matchmaking because I'm a not-so-good player. Yeah, again, other than, like, literally the top 100 players in any game. Well, maybe, I don't even think it's a hard cutoff like that. I would say, like, the better you get at a game, the worse you want skill-based, or the less you want skill-based matchmaking. Because if you're in the top 10% of players, then 90% of players are going to be better, or are going to be worse than you without skill-based matchmaking. 90% of the players you play against will be worse than you, and you will have a more fun time easily winning. If you are in the middle 50%, you're going to have the best experience because you're going to have mostly evenly matched experiences, because most of the players you fight, half the players you fight are going to be better, half the players you fight are going to be worse. That's a good experience. If you're anything below 50%, that's going to feel terrible. I would say skill-based matchmaking is probably, for the average player, the best experience. Yeah. And it's the most fair. Yeah, it's the most fair. I'm more angry at games that can't stop cheaters than I am pay to win. Stares at Escape from Tarkov. Yeah, I do agree with that. And like, I don't feel the general public has a good idea of what combating cheaters looks like, because it feels obvious when there's a cheater in game and you run into a cheater. But when you're managing millions of players, to have an automated detection system that is actually good, that's just really hard to do in general. But it's also a constant arms race. Like, you could make the best anti-cheat of all time, bans 99.9% of cheaters with 100% accuracy. By tomorrow, it will no longer have that level of accuracy. By the next day, somebody will have cracked it and will start selling new cheats. And so anti-cheat is not just something that you can implement. It is something that is multiple people's full-time job to come into work every day, figure out how the cheaters beat the system that day and patch it, and then it's going to happen again the next day. I know, anti-cheat, well, I don't know if it's a facade. It's more just like people don't understand how it works. It's just a constant tug of war. And sometimes companies win the tug of war for a little bit, and sometimes cheaters win the tug of war for a little bit. And it just goes back and forth like that constantly. And that's why it feels like games go through phases. Like right now, to be honest with you, the cheaters are winning. They are winning in most of the games they are participating in. In GTA, they are winning. In Escape from Tarkov, they are winning. In Rainbow Six Siege, they are winning right now. In Valorant, they're losing, which is interesting, but Riot Games very famously has some incredibly controversial anti-cheat strategies where they have insane access into your PC and have the ability to brick your PC. Obviously, a lot of people have problems with that, but the trade-off is that their games probably have the lowest number of cheaters right now. Which is, again, you decide whether you want to participate in that or not, whether you're okay with that. But, yeah, that's kind of how anti-cheat works. And so it's not... You got to give the companies a little bit of slack. And again, I'm not one to cheerlead for corporations, but I do understand the anti-cheat game enough that I know how much of a nightmare it is. It's not out of laziness. They know that a bad anti-cheat will destroy their game, and so many games have been ruined by bad anti-cheat, but it is still a really hard thing to do. The other problem is there's probably 100,000 individual people trying to make cheats for most of these games, and maybe 25 people anti-cheat, building the anti-cheat for these exact same games, right? The odds are already kind of stacked against them. Dub, thank you for the 3-stream streak, dude. I appreciate that. Welcome in. 2K has crazy cheaters. 2K, really? Cheaters in 2K? How do you cheat in 2K? Forza 6 did the AC correct. I had Wii mod for a game because I wanted to troll my friends, and it stopped the game and told me to delete it because it's a kernel-based system. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have very big issues with kernel-based anti-cheat. Which is fair. Privacy should always be a big concern, especially when it comes to companies who notoriously aren't very protective of your privacy. I think that's totally valid. Now, that being said, I use a separate gaming PC that has nothing important on it. And so I will engage in these kernel-based anti-cheat systems, but I don't do anything on my PC. Now, that's a luxury. I've got this PC and I've got my phone, I've got my laptop. So I don't need to do my banking on this PC and open up those kind of risks and stuff like that. And so I can turn on all these kernel level anti-cheats and enjoy that luxury without a fear of privacy because this PC doesn't do anything else other than plays games. But that's not exactly a luxury that everybody has, right? And I totally get it. And even then, that's maybe a little bit of a, probably a little bit of a delusion. You don't really know how much is actually on your PC that people could get into if that system got, you know, compromised. But I'd like to think that's the best way to do it, at least. You get Zen for a perfect timing on your shot. Yeah, I've heard about those. Those haven't been filtered out yet. I feel like those were having a time and then they really dropped off. Those Zens and Zins and all the, I forget all the names for those things. They're basically like a little mini computer that can run scripts on your console. But I feel like those kind of were horrendous for a little bit, and then all of a sudden they disappeared. They must have lost some sort of big anti-cheat fight. Because I do remember when those were making some games genuinely unplayable, you know? Gotta be careful, Spark. Someone will hack into your millions of streamer bucks. That's actually, like, the only thing I'd be concerned about is my stream, but I'm still very protective of that. I change my passwords on a regular basis, two-factor on everything. The worst it could get is if I fell for some sort of social engineering thing. So social engineering is when you are the compromised thing, where basically like somebody will hack a friend's account and they'll pretend to be your friend and they'll get you to download something. It's through some really clever ways. And then you've compromised your own PC without a need for a hack. They have gotten you to do it. We know like the obvious social engineering ones, when your grandparents get scammed out of $1 million in iTunes cards. That's social engineering. That doesn't actually require any hacking per se. But those are probably the most scary. Oh, I can't go here. Well, that's cooked. Oh, that's cooked. That's done. Wow, that failed fast, dude. That got so deep. Huh. Like the CAPTCHA scam, almost? What's the CAPTCHA scam? There's a scam around CAPTCHAs? Well, I thought I could get through there. I should have checked the depth. I don't really have a way to check the depth, but that's okay. Guess that's how it goes. Is this the new game from MudRunner? Well, I mean, it came out 5 years ago, but yes, it's the newest in the MudRunner series. Yeah. Okay, I don't want to scout to the other map. I want to do some of these missions now. So what actually needs to be done? We need to fix bridges. We need to fix these kind of things, these rock slides. Let's get into the big jobs and see what happens. Fuel pipeline. 2 medium pipes over to there. Oh no, pipes from here up there. To do that, we need to fix this bridge. This works. Okay, let's fix the main roads. Main road's probably #1 concern. So this work site here has to go first. Not that one. Not that one. That one we could probably get around for now. Consumables and beams. Okay. What about that works? That work site seems like it's going to be the most important. This one. Oh, I didn't grab it. Dang it, dude. Okay, well, we could start bringing 2 consumables and 1 metal beam to here. 2 consumables, 1 metal beam. So we got to track those down. 2 consumables, 1 metal beam. That's pipes. That's nothing we need. That's nothing. Wow. Factory? Metal beams. And then 2 consumables as well. So we need 4. Where the heck are these consumables, dude? Hotel? Where the heck would we find consumables? City warehouse? I don't think I saw city warehouse. Hold on. Consumables. Okay. So we pick up here 1 beams. Oh, what's this? That sucks. Is that ready yet? No need for a generator. Nah, they kind of gave up on the generator nonsense. I love that system, but I think they've gotten rid of generators, to be honest with you. High voltage. Not that. Steel arteries. Distribution hub for the other map. Maybe some gaps. Some bridges would be nice. Okay, service spare parts of wooden planks. Service spare parts, wooden plank. Yeah, we're going to do that one first so we can open up that bridge. All right, let's go for wooden planks first. We need 3 and then 2 service spare parts. So if we get a truck with 3 spots, we'll be good. Right. Yes, we do need wooden planks. So at least 3. Ability to carry 3 things. Can we try some of these Mercedes? Like, we haven't kitted this one. I could do 2. Now we need something that could do 3. Oh, do we have to move logs to get planks? Oh my god, is that what we have to do? Sawmill. Oh, is this a production zone? Sawmill. Why is it not on my list? Is it because I never went there? Sawmill. Crafting zone. Dang it, dude. Log place is on the second map, so I can't even do this yet? Okay. Alright, so we have to get into the second map and find some logs before we can even do it. Alright, we can do that. We can do that. And you know what we'll do is we'll take a logging truck out there so that we can bring those logs back. What size of log should I kit for? You know what I'll do? Get for them all, baby. I think mediums. Short. Probably mediums. What did you say? Somebody said long logs or medium logs? Long logs or medium logs? Okay, I'm gonna do mediums. I want a crane on there as well. Logging crane. All right. Logs in map 2. Okay, we're headed to map 2 then. That's fine. I cheated and brought some from another region. Like he teleported them over. That's totally fine. Okay, so we'll head over to the other map. And we're going to go find them. What is it? What's a path this truck could take? I mean, this could get through anything. Probably over there. We just take the road. Take the road all the way up. That'll always be the best move. Factory. Go this way. We won't have any trouble in the river. And then we'll go up to the left, to the right, and over to there. Okay. That's okay. We'll find it. We'll find it. I gotta change this sweater. I'm too warm. I'll be right back. I want to eat some potato chips, sorry. Some Pringles. I ate lunch, but I had such a small lunch that it didn't quite do it. Took a while to pick the new outfit. No. Okay. Let's get to this other map. Half expected topless sparks. Topless? Why? Gotta keep it in the TOS, you know. Okay, yeah. We're just following the road all the way up there. Perfect. Medium logs give you 3 wood planks. Okay, I like that. That we can do. Got lost in his way in his mansion. I live in a 1,000 square foot apartment. If I'm getting lost, somebody's gonna have to make me draw a clock or something because I am not should not be getting lost in this apartment, that's for sure. Took so long you gave up? Took so long I gave up on picking a shirt? You don't like my shirt? Is that what you're saying? That's so rude. This is such a nice shirt. I got it at the museum, dude. What map is good for start from scratch? Gives no vehicles? Any of the base game maps. You'll have to test for modded maps, but any of the base game maps won't give you any vehicles. Just make sure you turn off the starter farm. That's why you're getting vehicles. But some mod maps are bad for that. Nathan thought you could do no starter farm and you'll be good. I didn't look at it. It's actually decent. Yeah, that's right. You watch it. Chat, do we want to play any, I don't think I want to do dock today. Too many of these types of games in a row and I'll lose my mind. But do you want to do any like Iron Nest? We got 2 Iron Nest maps left. Do you guys want to do any of that later today as well? Okay, enjoy Homer. Enjoy your drive. Drive safe. Also, Kaylin, thank you for the follow on TikTok. Yeah, a little bit. We could do 1 mission. I think we're in some longer missions now too. Like I think they'll probably take a good 20-30 minutes for the mission. So maybe last 30 minutes we'll go hit some of that. I think that'd be fun. Also, are there any other games we want like to check out sometime soon? The only ones I have on my list right now are Docked, Arctic Drive, and then we're kind of waiting for releases after that, I think. Waiting for DLC for Euro Truck and American Truck. Waiting for the new construction sim. Big Farm Sim DLC end of the year. Stuff like that. Sand? Did you guys have any interest in Sand? Yeah, I think the devs had reached out for that one as well and sent a code over. Are you guys interested in that? It's like Sea of Thieves, but you're not in a ship. You're in a giant walker in the desert. And then other than that, it really is like Sea of Thieves. But it's like a giant walker on the sand dunes. And you can like design it and build it piece by piece. That one looks kind of sick. The only thing is, for those of you who know what Sand is like, is it 100% PvP or like is there actually a single player mode? Because I don't want to play PvP anything, to be honest with you. Yeah, Sand is cool. Farm Sim will be tomorrow. Yeah, we're back to Farm Sim tomorrow. We want to test that emergency pack with the fire trucks and stuff like that. That was gonna be awesome. Maybe late 2027. 2027 for what, dude? No rumors right now. What the heck are we talking about? Maybe late 2027. Have you played Pacific Drive? Dude, Pacific Drive was very good. Very good. A little more story oriented than what I typically like, but that was a really fun game. Isn't that game like $120? Which one? This game? No, if you buy all the DLC for this game, yeah, it's gonna cost you like 200 bucks. Just buy the base game and try it. It's very, very cheap. I would not buy this game with all the DLC if you don't even know if you like it. There's 5 years worth of DLC, so if you want like, 4,000 hours of gameplay, it's out there. But no, there's no reason to buy this game and all of its DLC. You just buy the DLC as you want to play it. They're kind of their own standalone things. Oh, Dead Stick. Yeah, I was trying to decide if we were going to do Dead Stick because it's in the playtest right now. And I don't really love the experience of streaming a playtest. It's usually more fighting bugs than enjoying the game. So I kind of want to wait for Dead Stick to actually drop, at least into early access before we stream it. But we'll see. Also, PAX, PACS, we're still waiting for. I did find the broken bridge, yes. Doja Boy, thank you for the 3 stream, dude. Welcome in. Should I buy Highland for Farm Sim? Yes, but play it. Like, don't just buy it to buy it. Buy it and play the map and farm the new stuff that comes with the game. Like, if you're gonna buy a big DLC like that for Farm Sim, I think this is why so many people were disappointed about the DLC in Farm Sim 22 is they bought it, but then they didn't actually do the thing that the DLC was about. Do that and only buy it if you want to do that. Like, you don't have to get it. There's no mandatory DLC in Farm Sim, but yeah, get the DLC and then actually farm the things that are in that game. Like, if you're gonna do Highlands fishing, spend 40 bucks on that DLC, do a Kinlog playthrough and farm fish, because that's the new content, you know? I think a lot of people were disappointed when Farm Sim 22 released Platinum Pack because they didn't like logging, so they bought it, and then they didn't like the map because it was a logging map, and then they didn't do the logging because they don't like logging. And so they're like, this DLC sucks. There's nothing in it. It's like, there is a lot in it, but you do have to play it. You have to play the thing that it adds, dude. Yeah, I don't think Highlands Fishing is for everybody, but it is one of the best. No, it's the best map that Giants has ever made, without a doubt. It's a very good map. I don't know if the fishing is for everybody, but I had a great time with it. I like that it was different than the stuff we've been doing for 25 years, which I like. Nexat is cool. I did like Nexat as well. I've only really been disappointed by the more recent DLCs, to be honest with you. Everything else was fine. Find Highlands fishing to use American machinery and only harvest soybeans. And sorry, they do it with soybeans. Yeah, they'll be like, this map is too small for my John Deere 9RX, and I've already done soybeans. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you gotta indulge in the map, you know. Now you do actually need to farm a ton of soybeans to farm fish, funny enough. So if you do like doing soybeans, you're in luck. But the American equipment is not gonna feel good on Kinlock. You really gotta use those JCBs that it gives you. You gotta use the New Holland T8 that it gives you, or T8000, I think. You really gotta do what it wants, you know. Yeah, you can do silage on it. You can do anything on any map. Like, there's no restrictions. You're just gonna have a better experience when you kind of do what the map is designed for. Like, if you can, it's kind of implied. It never really tells you, but it's implied what the map is intended for. So if you play, I think a lot of people didn't love Hatan, which is the base game Asia map. But unless you did rice, you didn't play Hatan. Unless you did rice and you did a little bit of logging to build the temple, you didn't play that map. Because when you did it like that, that was an awesome map. I really enjoyed that. I'm on Highlands map, but I've started with the Highland cows, now rolling to fried onions, then going to an offshore fishing, then building the castle. See, that you're gonna have the greatest experience of all time. Starting with cows might have been a little rough because you're gonna have to feed cows every single month. So if you find you're getting bored of feeding your cows, sell them, because you might get a little sick of that. But other than that, you're gonna have a great time. Is this a twin steer? No, this is actually the Kenworth 963 from season 10. Absolute beast of logging. As soon as you find the Wayfarer engine for it, it is the best logging truck in the game for sure. In terms of range, in terms of power, traction, attachments, this truck's honestly a little bit on the overpowered side. The only way it's nerfed is it struggles to pull anything. It hates trailers. It hates going uphill. Its turning radius is that of a medium-sized cruise ship, and so it's more or less properly balanced, just a little on the overpowered side. Second best truck in the game. No, its fuel economy is good because it holds so much. And you don't actually have to run it in all-wheel drive. See, I'm running an all-wheel drive right now. You don't actually have to run an all-wheel drive for a lot of your driving with this one. And so even its range is kinda nuts. Second best truck in the game behind what? The Mastodon? Mastodon is objectively the best truck in the game, but pay to win. Actually, that one actually is pay to win. Genuinely pay to win. Nope. Don't have to run all-wheel drive and then turns it back up. Well, I'm in a situation now where I have to run. Well, not now. I'm in a situation where I generally have to run it. I'm in the middle of a muddy jungle. But like when you're doing roads, even dirt roads and stuff like that, you're good. Mastodon only because it can climb hills better. Ooh. Yeah, the only thing the Mastodon can't do is ice. It hates being in ice because its bumper is a little goofy, but that's it. Other than that, it is definitely an overpowered truck. But it only costs a couple of bucks. It honestly might ruin your gameplay. I would genuinely recommend not buying the Mastodon because as soon as you drive it, you realize that there's never a reason to drive another truck. And so you're no longer playing SnowRunner, you are playing Mastodon, the video game. You don't drive any more trucks because there really genuinely isn't a reason to. I would recommend not buying it until you are basically maxed out. I really don't think it feels fun to drive. Kenworth is the only truck that can get out of ice when fully stuck. This one? The Arctic is pretty good. It's kind of a niche truck because it very rarely very rarely is good at anything else in the entire game. But the Azov Antarctic is actually the other one that can do it. Some of the Kolobs can usually do it as well. The big Kolobs can usually pull it off as well. But you're more or less correct. Anything with these giant wheels is probably good. Today's my fiance's birthday, and she's currently with me right now watching you play. Well, happy birthday to your fiance. That is awesome. You guys enjoy, dude. Hope you find something fun to do. Hopefully more fun than watching that. Find some good food or something like that. Not necessarily. I have the Mastodon, but I don't really use it that much. But you could. Like, I mean, you might have the self-control not to do it, but there are a lot of people who just play this game searching out the most, like, the easiest possible experience. And when they find the Mastodon, they realize that that's the one to drive. I've got the Mastodon. I avoid it myself. But I'm making the conscious choice. Like, if I'm looking for the best truck for a job, the answer is always the Mastodon. But I make the choice to switch up my trucks on purpose. It's just like, some people don't really have that self-awareness in games. Like, we see that too with Farm Sim, right? Like, we see that with the government signs. You see a lot of people who are using them because it's their favorite mod, but then they also say stuff like, my saves are too short. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. So not everybody's got that awareness to know what is impeding their fun in a video game. And the Mastodon definitely falls into that a lot. There's also some mods in this game that do that. The money trucks do that, and there's some couple of truck packs too that I think kind of fall into that territory where they're so overpowered that people don't realize it's kind of stopping them from having a dynamic experience, you know. She's enjoyed it. I'm going to make her a super nice dinner since she doesn't usually get to eat my cooking. Hell yeah. What are you making? Okay. I think down here, right? Into the jungle. It's a cool map, dude. Look at this. I want to see what's over here. This is like a geothermal plant. That's the one we keep seeing the cool pictures of. But I think we're going to go out this way. Is there gas somewhere? Upgrade here. And oh my god, that's a lot of work size. Okay, we're gonna go through this one so we can actually catch these. We'll get that, and then we'll go up here and find that tower. This is kind of a goofy truck to scout with the way we are, but what are you gonna do about it? I set up a start from scratch like you do. I chose Elm Creek, and it's way better than starting with everything. Dude, I'm a little bit proud, to be honest, this week, because I have gotten that exact message probably 10 times a day, every single day this week. I don't know how so many people have suddenly picked up on this strategy, because I've been saying it for a couple of years now. But something happened, and people have been telling me that every single day. I'm so glad you guys are enjoying it. I'm so glad people are finding this out, because I think it genuinely makes people like Farm Sim more, and that's amazing, dude. Do you think this game has much more to give as far as DLC goes? To be honest with you, I genuinely think this game could go forever with DLC, and its community will keep buying the DLC. Like, as long as they maintain some level of quality, I think this game is kind of like an infinite cash cow at this point, because SnowRunner players don't want the game to change that much, and they've shown that because they didn't really pick up Expeditions, they didn't really pick up Roadcraft. This game has maintained a pretty consistent community. And the DLC has been consistently high quality. It's just not that different. But I think that's what they're looking for, you know? I think it could go forever. Yeah, I mean, I think it's already out of really new things to do. I think they've hit the limits of what the engine could do. It can't do bigger maps. Well, console. It can't do bigger maps on console. It can't do bigger maps. I don't think there's any really new mechanics that it can do. The trucks that we're getting are now more or less just different flavors of trucks we already have. Like, they don't do anything super special. We haven't had, honestly, we haven't had a new truck that does anything super special in a while. But I honestly do believe it could go forever like this. What I would like to see from a future sequel is keep the general gameplay more or less the same, but build it into an engine where there is more future potential. You know, build in a fire mechanic where we can hose it down with water. Maybe deformable terrain, I doubt it, but like maybe there's some level of deformable terrain. Maybe we take some elements of roadcraft and the player can build some basic bridges over parts that they're sick of driving through. I don't know. But is that even worth making a new game? I don't know. They could probably do that one in this engine. They're mostly mods don't count in parts of 25 because the government sides, besides the government sides that give money, they're mostly fine and not overpowered. I mean, you might just be using trucks, using mods that are mostly fine and not overpowered. There are many very overpowered mods in Farm Sim. Like there's the, was it the Behemoth one or Mammoth or something like that? I can't remember. But they are out there. You might just not be using them, but they are there for sure. One of the few times I actually might be able to use the crane to flip myself back over. Maybe. Fun. Some people out there got interested in fire mechanics. Some people out there got interested in fire mechanics? What do you mean? Anchor the... I don't know if we can grab anything to help ourselves out. Is it the T248R you recommend? That's definitely one of them, yeah. Okay. Remember how you had a moment with logs like this a while back? I sure did. Farm Sim fire trucks? Yeah, they did one. So they did a map in this game with fire trucks. Now, the problem was that the engine couldn't... Like, it wasn't fire. You didn't spray water. There was no fire that you could see. You just delivered water with fire trucks. And so, like, I think people kind of liked the idea, but they hated the execution. That was not a popular DLC whatsoever. I remember when that one came out. People were pissed. That's Season 9. People were pissed about that one. Just because it was very repetitive. It's definitely built for co-op. And people did not, they did not like it. When Season 19 comes out, they'll will announce Year 6 pass like they did last year. You think there's going to be a Year 6? See, I've said this for the past 3 in-game years. I thought they were going to go 2 years of DLC, and then that was it. When Year 3 came out, I was like, wow, a 3rd year. And they did new stuff in Year 3. And then I was like, okay, that's it. There's no more new stuff. And then Year 4 came out. And Year 4 didn't have new stuff, but the maps were good. Like, they were generally enjoyable. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's getting stale as of Year 5 now. But it's still high quality. Like, the maps still feel good. They still feel new. I just don't feel like the game has any challenges in it anymore, because without new mechanics... There's nothing new to learn challenge-wise. There's nothing new to learn challenge-wise. And the truck power creep has gotten so bad that there's no more challenge in getting through the deep mud. Like this truck right here, once you have it, you'll never struggle with mud again. This truck has... It was kind of like the final nail in the coffin for power creep other than the Mastodon, but we won't count it because it's paid. Optional. And it doesn't feel like there's anywhere for the game to progress to anymore. We've been maxed out on levels for 3,000 hours. Trucks that have hit their absolute maximum, they're just kind of adding like cooler, different, smaller trucks. There's just nowhere to go with it, you know? I don't feel a reason to play, other than completionism in this game, I don't really feel a reason to play. The maps are fun to play, but I am a lot more engaged when I'm learning something new, and I'm trying to beat something that I don't understand yet, or I don't have a strategy for. Everything in this game, it's a set strategy, you know? Like we've built up such a good approach to the game that we no longer ever struggle for anything, you know? I'm not getting trailers stuck because I know where the trailers get stuck. I know that I have to build the roads first, and like I could intentionally do stuff suboptimally, but you know you're faking it at the end of the day. You know you're pretending to add a challenge, I guess. Even hard mode, like I did get into a hard mode playthrough, had a lot of fun with it, but it hit a point where it just all of the hard mode elements didn't matter anymore. You had so much money, gas didn't matter. You bought all the trucks that made the game overpowered, and so now you were just right back where you were with regular. You just had to drive a little more because you couldn't return the trailers. You couldn't recover, and that was about it. That's it. They should have put achievements for each DLC. Thoughts on that? You know, there's two schools of thoughts for that. One is that some people love it because it gives them more reasons to complete DLC. However, PlayStation players specifically hate it because PlayStation players have something called trophies, which is kind of like an upgraded achievement system. Kind of socializes the achievement system a little bit so you can like show off to your friends how many games you fully completed and stuff like that. But the complaint is that if you put achievements in a DLC, then you've paywalled achievements. You've paywalled completion. And I could understand if every player hates that, but PlayStation players specifically really hate when games do that, because then they have to buy a DLC to get their trophies and stuff like that, which I guess is fair. The way it plays is great. They don't need to make any crazy changes. No, they really don't. Like the core gameplay is solved. The core gameplay is there. I mean, they could add a manual gearbox and stuff like that, maybe. But generally, the way this game feels, they've dialed that in. I agree with that. If they're going to do anything with this game, it's going to come down to features that haven't existed before, challenges that can challenge a player base that's been playing their game for 3 to 10,000 hours. I think that's where this game will have to go. But you're right. They shouldn't make any major changes to the core systems. The graphics, I mean, we saw them upgrade some of the sharpness and the anti-aliasing and stuff like that with Expeditions and Roadcraft. Those are slightly better looking games. But in general, this game doesn't need to look any better. To be honest with you, some slight tweaks and that's it. Even that doesn't need to be massively upgraded at the end of the day. I think we're going to go to the left because there's some sort of camp down there, so we'll see what's happening. One thing I wouldn't mind is heavy rescue video game where you use wreckers to tow trucks. This game started implementing that, but again, the engine kind of failed to keep up with it. That's actually probably something they could do, is make it so that you can tow. But the way the trucks and the collision is calculated, it just wasn't possible to do. So they added it. That's in this game. I can show you it, but it pisses me off every single time. It's like, I use the tow truck, and the truck glitches through the thing, and it like flips all over the place, and it just reminds me why it's not in the game. But that's something they could do right, you know? Hi, District, how's it going, dude? How you been? The PS is true. Most hunt the Platinum Trophy, but for the ones who hunt the 100% trophies, the DLC trophies wreck that percentage score. Yes, yeah. I don't even have a PlayStation, and I know enough about this to tell you, because that's how big of an issue this is for some PlayStation players. Is I don't even have a PlayStation, and I know that this is a big deal. I would generally say they shouldn't add achievements to the DLC, but they should have added levels. They should have added more XP, and that's something that most games figured out. Most games that you play with a leveling system will increase the leveling caps when a new DLC comes out. So World of Warcraft, Diablo, those games all figured that out. Even I think like Far Cry will do that. Anything with a leveling system, anything with a skill tree system, skill point system, whatever, has figured out that you need to give players more levels with each DLC. That's something this game really, really missed out on. They could have added way more trucks. They could have added way more reasons to level up, because that was a really strong reason to keep playing the game early on, and then you lose that after. Oh, it's, I think you hit 30 probably halfway through Amber, or no, not even, not Amber. The third base game map, to be honest with you. I don't even think it's a DLC. I think you hit 30 before you get to the DLC. Yeah, because you can do it in the base game. Can't remember that name of that map. Actually, let's go down there. That looks better. Stolzy, thank you for the 160 streak, dude. Appreciate that. How do you think the new Fable game is gonna do? Oh, it's riding on an old player base. It's riding on an old player base. I don't think new audiences are going to like Fable. I don't think it's gonna pick up a massive new portion of the player base. I think OG Fable players are hopefully gonna love it if they do everything right. It's, you know, easy win for Fable fans. The cast is stacked. It looks great. It seems to have the same kind of like classic British sitcom humor back. Like, I love it. Everything about it seems right. And the little bit of gameplay I've seen, I don't even know if it's actual gameplay or just implied gameplay. It also seems to be on the right track. But will modern audiences like Fable? To be honest, I don't know. We'll see. I gotta have more faith in modern audiences though, because I always think that modern audiences have gotten boring and, you know, have lost all of their attention span and stuff like that. And then something like Claire Obscure or Baldur's Gate will come along and have mass appeal and people will love it. And it'll win Game of the Year. And it makes me feel like there's hope for games that don't necessarily follow the mainstream trends, because I don't think Fable's going to do that. I don't think it's going to follow mainstream trends. But when I see games like that really do well, I think Fable could actually, I don't know, I think it could. I think modern gaming audiences are going to be upset with Fable. I think it's going to piss off like Asmongold and whatever that Twitter basement dweller guy is, Grums or whatever. I think it's gonna annoy people like that, but I do think it's yeah, you know what, I do think it's got potential. The more I think about the games that have done well over the last little bit that I didn't expect to do as well as they did because I didn't have faith in modern audiences, the more I think there actually is. I think there is some possibility. My sister turned Fable 3 into The Sims with all the marriages she had. That's part of, like, that's kind of how you play a little bit of Fable. I played it as Landlord Simulator, I think, for a while there. Says a basement dweller? I don't actually have a basement, thank you very much. Basement dweller is a state of mind, not a where you live thing. And Grums is a basement dweller, dude. That is basement dweller energy. If you complain about like the fact that a main character is a woman, you have a basement dweller energy. That's yeah, I don't mind calling out people like that. That's just cringe, dude. Okay, so this is probably oh, we go straight through. See if we can. And I need to make sure we got gas. Log cutting site. There's no fuel in here, so we're just gonna have to run it, but I think we've got roof gas still. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, dude, basement dweller is not about where you live. Just because you live in the basement does not mean you're a basement dweller. Basement dweller is an approach to the world. It's a worldview more than it's a worldview and a personality and an attitude more than it's a where you live type of thing. They added a new thing in season 18. When you complete a contract, I think they'll say thank you amigo instead of just thank you. Not a game changing mechanic, but I like it. I like it. Used to drive one of these for work. I worked at McDonald's as a cashier. You drove one of these to and from McDonald's? Hell yeah, dude. They added a new thing in season 18. When you complete a contract, I think you'll say, oh no, I already read that. Oh yeah. Sensitive? Yeah, I think it's kind of like the ultimate sensitivity when you see stuff like that in a video game and it genuinely like makes an emotional response. I think you're right. And I think those type of people like to label other people as But what is it? What's the word they always use? Snowflake. They always like to label other people as a snowflake, as in they're delicate and they're easily breakable. But they're the people who are complaining when at just the most minor things in games, and they've got these like such strong emotional reactions to it, and it's just not that big of a deal. It's like the ultimate touch grass kind of thing. Exactly, it's the same way with TikTok. And there's people like that on TikTok, obviously, but that's actually I see them more on Instagram, to be honest with you. It happens on TikTok. I definitely see it most on Instagram, weirdly enough. I don't know what it is. Nobody's happy on Instagram. Facebook might be a little bit worse. There's no positive responses to anything on Facebook. If there is a comment, it is a negative comment on Facebook. The only exception is in groups. Groups are a lot better. They're usually people who are like, you know, they're in that group to take part in the game, and they're usually doing a little better in terms of the positivity. But like the general Reels watchers on Facebook, they are grumpy, dude. Yeah, it might be projected. I think you're right. I think it might be projection. I'm not really sure what in those cases. Like the new God of War, I know, has pissed off a lot of these types of people. I don't really understand why. I think a lot of the time when people are so emotional about social or about media, it usually is because it impacted them personally, some level of projection or some level of I don't know, damaging their existing worldview. But I don't understand. I don't relate to it. Instagram is the skid row of the internet. Instagram comment sections are the skid row of the internet. Yeah, I agree with that. Snapchat, dude, I haven't used Snapchat since I was in high school. But is there really like a, oh, maybe there is now, actually. I was gonna say, see, when I used Snapchat, the only people you interacted with were your friends. So like, don't add those people. But I think there is like content on Snapchat now, right? Like it's not just your friends. You can actually watch stuff. I don't know. I'm not 12 years old, so I don't use Snapchat, but that's interesting. I don't have any experience with that. I couldn't tell you. It's called Snapchat Spotlight. And is there like comments? You're saying Snapchat is really bad for this as well? YouTube Shorts comments? YouTube Shorts comments surprise me because some of them are really positive. Some of them are like, hey, thank you for this video. This was really nice and informative. You would never get that on any other social media platform. As much as we make fun of YouTube Shorts comments, there are people who just are interacting with YouTube Shorts the same way I presume they interact with the real world. And you just get such nice comments. Now, there is also absolute brain rot garbage on YouTube Shorts, as with anywhere else. But that is the one thing I have noticed is you get people just like genuinely enjoying themselves and thanking you for your time for making a video. And you don't really see that on a lot of other platforms, which is weird. TikTok comments are devolving right now. So TikTok, I don't know if you guys have noticed this. TikTok is backing off of their moderation. So I've heard other people talk about this, but it was a trend that I noticed a couple of years ago where a new social media website would come along.
Kilby 721 just subscribed
unmoderated. It would be the Wild West of moderation. You could say whatever you want. And then when they attracted a bunch of users doing this, they wanted to get brand friendly. So they would start moderating like crazy. And it was George Orwell's 1984. You couldn't say anything. You couldn't think anything. In fact, even on TikTok, people come up with Newspeak, a little George Orwell reference, if anybody gets that, to get around the censorship. And then people start leaving the platform and they have to go the other direction. Then they have to start removing moderation. I don't know if you noticed, you can swear on TikTok now. You can swear in comment sections. You can swear in videos. You can even swear in the first 5 seconds of a video, which is something that I don't even think you could do on YouTube. And it's totally fine now because they're going through this trend where they're going to have to back off the moderation. I think Be curious to see what YouTube does, because yeah, Instagram did that, and they've been doing that. Instagram used to be the one where you couldn't say anything, and now you can say anything in the Instagram comment section. Probably a little too much. I think TikTok's going the same way now too. Yeah, stuff like unalive, exactly. You can say kill, death, murder. You can say those things. I'm saying it on TikTok Live right now. It's not a problem, but the over moderation makes people a little bit psychotic, and they kind of overcorrect a little bit. Kilby, thank you for that Prime sub, by the way. I appreciate you. Thanks for using your Prime in here. We'll see what YouTube does. I don't know about Snapchat though. That's up to you guys. Did that go through? Did what go through? What wheel stand do you have, and how do you make those 2 farm sticks held onto the thing? I use a Next Level Racing GT Elite rig, and then I just bought two cheap mounts for this instead. I love cussing on TikTok. Helps me vent. It's just so weird to see. It's still throwing me off that it's something you can do. Because it used to be like a definite no-no. Like you would get strikes on your account if you commented like that, and it would stop showing your comments or remove your ability to comment. And now you can just do it, and it's no problem. It's so weird. Instagram photo comments. Oh my god, photo comments are insane. I don't know if TikTok will keep it. I keep losing and regaining my ability to send photo comments on TikTok. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I always just send pictures of Petunia to my own videos so that people can see Petunia. But I keep losing the ability. They keep taking it away and then giving it back whenever I log in. Thanks, Kelby. I appreciate that. Thanks for using your Prime sub in here. I will keep it up. I gotta catch up on my videos. I've been streaming nonstop lately. I gotta get caught up on videos again. I'll work on one tonight. I have my comment privileges revoked on TikTok. Did you really? That's awesome. You got to do it at least once. I don't know. I feel like it's a badge of honor to get restricted at least once. Mine is I got banned on League of Legends. That's my moderation badge of honor. Is I was banned on League of Legends. I did get unbanned eventually, but I don't think I could do it again. I said something really mean. It wasn't like racist or anything like that, but I can't repeat what I said here. It's really rude. It was really rude to somebody who was like intentionally throwing on my team. Not permanently revoked. It was for 2 weeks. 2 weeks is still a long comment ban, dude. That's crazy. I've never had comment privileges on TikTok. Then again, I don't have an account. Okay, well, listen, that one's on you. That's probably for the best, dude. I wouldn't worry too much about that. You've never had a ban on anything? On anything? Really? I mean, after having you in my chat for the better part of a year or even more than a year, I believe you. Brett, I do believe you. I've never had any reason to think you'd be causing trouble. So yeah, I guess that's valid. I was banned from a 5M server. Dude, 5M servers will ban you just for playing the game. 5M servers, those mods are out of control, dude. They're unbelievable. Yeah, I also got banned from a 5M server for what was it? Man, I don't remember. They thought we were metagaming or something like that, which is when you talk to people outside of the game. They thought something was happening where we were metagaming, and they did not listen to the response, and they just were like, "All right, banned." But that's all I know. Yeah, they're bad. 5M doesn't count. You cough wrong and get a ban. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's not even a joke. Like, genuinely, I believe there have been people banned for coughing wrong. I believe that. Like, if you coughed while somebody else was talking and it was a moderator, I promise you, somebody's been banned for that. They're out of control, dude. It's crazy. I was very drunk IRL and made a bad joke. Ah, okay. Well, maybe you deserve that one. It's been so long since I've been in 5M server. They were still 2M. Okay. That's not real, is it? You're messing with me. Am I gonna watch Sheep Detectives? I do not know what that is. Like a Wallace and Gromit thing? Sim Racing Addict, thanks for the follow on TikTok, by the way. Welcome in. You got banned on PS4 permanently? Like your console? You've been banned on your console permanently? That's sick, dude. I mean, listen, I'll probably say you're a bad person, but cool thing to get banned from, at least. what you did probably was not cool, but because you either have to be cheating or you have to be saying some really sick stuff to get hardware banned. No, I get that. I figured they didn't come to your house and smash your PlayStation with hammers. I understand what that means. I just feel like you'd have to do some really bad stuff. PlayStation is so sensitive. I'm not on your side. I don't think I'm on your side, to be honest with you. But, you know, you got to do it at least once. We were all kids once getting banned on all sorts of horrible stuff, you know. You get hardware banned, you got to say some heinous. Yeah, exactly. But again, I remember being a middle school boy, not understanding the impacts of the things that I said. I thought I was edgy and funny. You know, we all went through that phase where we thought it was funny to be edgy. We're like, we like dark humor, dead babies and stuff like that. You know, like we all went through that phase. Hopefully grew out of it. So I think that was where my League of Legends ban came from. Not that specific joke, but like I was kind of in that phase, you know. I have a friend who keeps getting banned on PlayStation for messaging people on FIFA. Like DMing people. That's so good, dude. Hi, Chris. How's it going, dude? Ted Van, thanks for the follow. To be honest, it's probably something I sent to my randoms on Siege. Ooh, voice chat? Yeah, it's on you. You can't say stuff in Siege, dude. I was playing with a friend, or a friend of a friend once, and we were playing Rainbow Six Siege. We were playing against bots, and he went for some kind of edgy joke, and it was against bots. So I think he thought he could get away with it, but he typed something into the chat. It was just us three against in-game bots. He typed something into the chat and instantly got banned on the platform for a week. Which is when I found out that the bot lobbies are also moderated. In case you're wondering, they're also automatically moderated. It's so funny. I think we were gonna like play for the evening too, and he's like, "Oh, I guess I'm done." I've also been banned on PlayStation for saying some really bad stuff, not racism stuff. No, I don't know. Like I was. Yeah, my ban was I called somebody something. It wasn't a slur. It was just really rude. That was it. You'll never guess what I bought, Sparks? You bought... Man. I want to prove you wrong and guess it. I don't know, Chris. Can I have a hint? Then again, PSN is sensitive compared to Xbox. You think so? Mine was on PC. I've never been banned on a console, actually. Everything I've been banned on was on PC. My console days, there was no moderation. You could say whatever you want on console at the time. I remember I said basically every cuss word invented. That would do it. That would do it. You own one, not this type, though. I own one, not this type. Did you buy a steering wheel? Do you have a steering wheel? I should say brand. Steering wheel? VR headset. Did you refund your Nintendo Switch 2, by the way? Did you actually do that? Oh, a cat, maybe. Well, they're not brand. It has one. Has one what? Did you buy a car? Was that Dodge Dart? I thought you already had a Ford Ranger or something like that. Did I age myself by saying MySpace and rotten? My walker is calling. Yeah, get those tennis balls cut up and put on the bottom of your walker here, Frozen. No, that's okay. I just barely missed the MySpace cutoff. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're not that much older than I am. KLBW, thanks for the follows on TikTok, guys. Appreciate that. I got banned off Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 for 6 months. Never played again. You got banned on Modern Warfare 2? Dude, you had to be relatively messed up to get banned on Modern Warfare 2. That was like the last game where you could kind of just say whatever you wanted. That's a little bit impressive. And then I think a lot of people got banned for Black Ops emblems. That you just, those were out of control, dude. There's so many 10-year bans for Black Ops emblems. That's a classic. I can that one I'll respect. I'll respect that. That means you were creative. You were in the wrong, but you were creative to get banned on Black Ops 2. You had to put in the work to get banned. It's not a dart, mine's Italian. Oh, it's a paperweight. I got you, Chris. I got negative accuracy on Modern Warfare 2. For real? Don't most people have negative accuracy on Modern Warfare 2? Because you have to miss. What is it, Chris? You have an Italian car? My Fiat? I feel an Alpha? Chris, what have you been doing? My first guess is Fiat, just out of what's like most likely. And then Alpha? You did buy an Alpha. Why? Did you really? You bought it? You bought an Alfa Romeo? On purpose? You scammed? Was the mafia involved? Why would you do this? You know what Fiat stands for, don't you? Fix it again, Tony. We hear this every day. Parks, you know you can't name a preset Wanderlust in COD World War II, despite that being the name of the perk. Yeah, they probably don't let you use the word lust, which is fair. You could at least say congratulations before you bully me. I feel like you bully me before you say congratulations. So you made this bed. Now you gotta lay in it, buddy. You started this. Well, 3 years ago. You placed this brick 3 years ago, Chris. Is it a new one? Like, what's the content here? Congratulations on buying a new car. I mean, that's exciting either way. It's a surprising choice, to be honest with you. But what year? What's the why? It's a 2021. Are you a big Alfa Romeo fan? This is the first time I've ever heard you mention Alfa. I'm just surprised. I think I'm just surprised because it's not a common car brand around here. You're a big Alfa fan. Huh. Yes, this is surprising to me. Congratulations on the new car, Chris. It is mostly surprise for me. I also have to, you know, harass you a little bit because you typically only come in here to tell us stuff that you've purchased. So you do deserve a little bit of harassment for that. But I also did not know you were an Alfa fan at all. I am not. I just you never gave that off, Chris. Can I get through here? We could get through there. We're gonna do it. I just want a fuel truck out by the log so that we can refuel any future log trucks we have, because I'm guessing it's gonna be a lot. Oh, we don't want to go that way. We want to go this way because this truck is ridiculous. That, and we'll put it right there. Okay, perfect. Gamers Hub, thank you for the follow on TikTok. Hello? That's gonna take my finger off if I'm not careful. What is going on? Let's just let's reinitialize that API real quick. Holy! Why? What's going on? Not too hot. It's losing its mind, dude. Played SnowRunner, but the wheel is trying to kill me. That's just regular SnowRunner. Don't put your fingers in any of the holes. Okay, that one's good. We're gonna brush right past that. I heard it. I heard it. Don't worry about it. Wow, the death wobble. The death wobble. Oh, I jumped in a Ford. Oh man, that's my bad. I should have known, dude. Holy. Okay. My wheel is trying to kill me a little bit, but it adds a little sense of danger, so maybe that's okay. As a Ford truck owner, I can confirm about the death wobble. I'm not refunding the purchase like I did this way. I don't think you can. I don't think you can, Chris. No, I don't think it's that bad. I've never owned an Alpha, and frankly, I've never known anyone that has owned an Alpha. I generally feel like it's challenging to own a European car in North America, but let us know what that experience is like. They're not ugly cars. They're nice cars. Let us know what owning that is like. Do Jeeps get death wobble too? Interesting. It's a Stellantis owned company. Alpha's a Stellantis owned company? What? Also didn't know that. It's trying to use a different, like there's a device that's trying to take over. I think that's what the problem is. Jeeps have worse death wobbles than Ford, really? Never noticed that. I've never had a Jeep either. Actually, that's not true. I did have a Jeep. I did have a, my ex and I had bought one. It was a Trailhawk though, not a real Jeep. Pretend Jeep. Dad had a Jeep. I wonder if he ever had that trouble with his. Normally lifted Jeep, like aftermarket lifted Jeep or like manufacturer lifted Jeeps. Because I would argue that if it's something that happens in aftermarket, then it doesn't have that problem. Did I have a red Jeep? No, I did not. It was black. Like a Ford, you can at least hit highway speed. A lifted Jeep, good luck hitting 55. Aftermarket? Okay, well, I don't think you can say that it has that. Like stock Fords have that problem. I would say if it's aftermarket lift kits, you kind of throw any brand reliability out the window. Not that Jeeps are notoriously reliable, but I don't think we can blame Jeep for this one. As much as I'd like to, because they generally think Chrysler sucks, but I don't think we can give them this one, honestly. Does your Dart have the death wobble too? My Dart? No, it has no death wobble. I wouldn't get it going fast enough to know. I do know what you're referencing, Talon, yes. His Dart has death engine ticks. I think the first thing that's gonna go in my Dart is, I think it's gonna be the transmission. The electrics for Chrysler in general are terrible and unusable, but it's not make or break. You can still operate the machine. I think the first thing that's actually going to go is the transmission, and I doubt it'll be worth replacing, to be honest with you. But we'll see what happens. When I lived in Medicine Hat, I had an F450 for 4 years before I came back to the UK. You lived in Medicine Hat? Dude, that's so close to me. That's crazy. Well, you had to have an F450 in Alberta. You're doing that right, at least. Well done. You're right, Rito. That is the same crispy bacon. Chris has been here since, oh my God, like borderline day one, I think. Chris always says he showed up during my first subathon, which was before I was on Twitch. Car I was driving before was 22 years old. I didn't realize your truck was 22 years old. I thought it was a newer one. That's crazy. The day before the first subathon. The day before the first subathon was TikTok only. My first 2 subathons were TikTok only. That's nuts, dude. I was Army based at Battis. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what bases are around there. Grady, thank you for the follow, by the way. Play Iron Nest. Don't we've still got some time. I'll play Iron Nest in a little bit, actually. Give me like 30 more minutes and we'll do some Iron Nest. I think I watched for like a year and then dropped off after you got affiliated with Samsung. That was a nail in the coffin for you, Rito. That's funny. No, I remember you, Rito. Don't worry. Holding a grunt. No, I'm kidding. Welcome back. How you been? Yeah, I think, was Samsung like our first major sponsor? No, Goodyear was our first major sponsor. I have an S25. I like Samsung too. Oh, okay. No, I'm just teasing. I think Goodyear was our first major sponsor, and then we signed with Samsung the following year, and then Thrustmaster almost exactly 1 year later after that. You flew the Goodyear blimp? Yep. If you see it, that's me. If you see the Goodyear blimp, I'm still on call to fly the Goodyear blimp. God, flying a blimp would be so boring, dude. There are so many, you're right, there's so many parrots on this map. That's a funny joke, but there actually are an insane number of parrots in this map. That's constant. Well, I don't know if they're parrots. They're probably, every time I say parrot, somebody corrects me. What did you do with Goodyear? They did a line of shoes. They do a line of driving shoes. And they sent me basically the whole lineup. And we had discount codes for driving shoes. And they make, still to this day, incredible racing shoes. Incredible driving shoes in general. They're not, you're not allowed to say racing shoes because they're not fire resistant. They're like everyday driving shoes, but they're amazing for sim racing. They're amazing for actual driving. They're super comfy. You'll still see me. If you see me in pictures at like a public event, I still just wear them, to be honest. They're great. Yeah, you said you still got them. Yeah, I still have them. I got one that I wore so much, I think they're pretty much worn out now, but I still have, I think, 5 pairs. Some of them aren't really my, style, so I probably won't wear them anytime soon. But, oh, they sent me a pair of boots as well. Garage boots. Didn't you wear them when you went to West Ed with Emmy and Cody? Probably. I just wear them. I just wear them out because I like them. And I do a lot of driving, so they're good. And then if I will often wear them if I'm playing rally on the rig, because I do feel like I want to learn how to drive in shoes. Like, barefoot is probably more competitive, but I like the idea that you can kind of practice for the real thing. But you do have to wear shoes for the actual muscle memory. Marks, I'd love to stay in the stream, but I have to go to baseball. That's okay. Don't even worry about it, dude. We'll either be, we probably won't be here when you get back, but we'll be here tomorrow, and we will, this will also be on YouTube and in the VODs, so you can catch it as well. Are the grippers out right now? No, I wear socks when I stream. Speaking of, Puma and BMW have teamed up. A friend just bought a BMW i3 and have a pair of BMW branded Puma. What, since when? It was, Ferrari with Puma for the longest time. Since when is it BMW and Puma? To be honest with you, that's a better fit. BMW drivers and Puma wearers are the same personality types. So I feel like that actually makes more sense. But I'm very surprised to hear that they're not working with Ferrari. Your feet may slide off the pedals. I think that's okay when we're just driving trucks. I was meaning to ask, did you change the spring on your brake pedal for your T248? Struggling with how much pressure needs to be applied to get it to work. Oh, yeah, but I put more spring into it. I really like firmer brakes personally. So that's more my speed. I'll usually add in the extra springs. Sometimes I'll even double up on the springs, which I don't think you're supposed to do, but I'll do it. Yeah, I'd say the only downside with the T248 is the dead zone is higher than I'd like. You can actually turn the dead zone down with the screen on the T248. So definitely do that. And then if it's just a matter of pressure, I think it ships with a second spring. I just can't remember if the second spring is looser or harder. You may have to buy a looser spring if that's the case. I like firmer brakes. Yeah, I'll stay with brakes. Yeah, I like firmer brakes as well. I don't quite like the really firm race brakes that some people put on their driving rigs, just because they are fundamentally misunderstanding why race cars have such firm brakes. But I like somewhere in between those, you know. My Ferrari 458 Thrustmaster was 7 years old, still working, but the brake pedal is stiff as heck. It's probably a rubber block in that one, right? I don't mind a firm brake, but I have to put like half my body on it to get it to start moving. What the heck? Really? Yeah, maybe try swapping out that spring. Mine was not that firm. But I think my legs are stronger than the rest of my body from hauling my fat ass around all day. So actually, I really don't struggle to push pedals when they're a little more on the firm side. The G920 stock brake is wild. There's a big rubber block. Yes, there is. And it will soften up if you use it a ton. A lot of people like to take it out. The problem is it's too soft if you take it out. I heard one guy on social media did a tutorial on how to make it stiffer, and all of the comments were like, what the hell are you doing? Why do you want this to be stiffer? He had taken the rubber block, he opened it up, and then he put an eraser on top of the rubber block to make the G920 pedals stiffer. I don't know if this guy could leg press a ton or what, but like, He must have been built different. Your forearms must be ripped too from turning that wheel for a living. I would not describe any part of myself as ripped, Super. That's probably the wrong word. Also, it's not too hard on your forearms, your shoulders. This will get your shoulders hurting, but not in a good way. Like, not in a, oh, this is a nice workout. This just, I think, wrecks your shoulders more than anything. Because that's still probably the thing that I still manage to kind of overdo at the gym, is if I do anything related to shoulders, that'll start to get a little rough. I've got a shoulder injury on the left side from a few years ago that still acts up, and then I find if I spend too much time on the rig, my shoulders will act up, and it's just like constant, dude. Sparks is shredded. I shred cheese. That's about it, buddy. Sue, thank you for the share on TikTok. Joseph, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. Looks like a very good map DLC. It is actually pretty good so far. Pretty happy with that. How did you do that? Shredded cheese? A cheese grater. Or you could do it manually with a knife, I guess, but that sounds like a horrible way to do it. But it'll work. All that turning, that blue collar. I know, I'm like a true blue collar worker, dude. Sitting here holding this steering wheel. It's crazy. You guys have soft hands, not me. My hands are hard as a rock. Is that what blue collar dudes want? They want hard hands? That seems bad. I feel like you don't want that. Like, if I got really hard, rough hands, I don't think Amy would like that. I think she'd be upset with me. I want rough hands, which makes no sense. For what? High-fiving their, like, other fellow blue-collar workers? I guess. If you try to impress other dudes, maybe they like rough hands. I don't know. I've never tried to impress another dude before. But maybe rough hands is the way to go. I have asbestos fingers. Is that... What? Why would Amy be upset? You'll find out one day, JB. You'll find out one day. The wife likes the 120 grit hand. Ugh. I feel like that'd be bad. I'm impressed, Marks. Thank you, Wesley. I appreciate that. Hey, you're the Velcro rip post iPhone. Ugh. Okay, this is making me like grossed out, dude. These are disgusting. Do I need to find a fuel truck soon? I know. I wonder where we can find some gas. That would be really helpful. Where should I park this? I guess I'll put it in here. We could get in there. Rough hands are great for back scratches. Yeah, but you have fingernails. You know? Like, you already have a tool for this. You don't need to roughen up your hands to give good back scratches. Because if you use your fingernails, you can give good back scratches. Then you use your hands, you give good massages. Which I think is good. I feel like we're already balanced for that. And I was really hoping I could get it to go a little further without gassing up more. I can if I winch it, actually. Try not to use any more fuel. Come on, slip off that log. Must be stuck on something else. Either that or this winch just doesn't have enough power. Yeah, it doesn't have enough power. Dang it, dude. I gotta go a little bit further, so we're gonna refuel. I guess we could just dump the fuel into the Kenworth if we really need to. We are stuck on something. Oh, we're hung up on something. Oh, I see it. Oh, it's over. We are not getting off of that. I mean, I might be able to tip this. Oh, this is in such a bad spot. We might just have to live with it, though. Because it's for real stuck. Okay. Stop engine, change truck, and then we'll gas up from there, refuel. There we go. Oh, we should grab actually more for the roof too. Nope, that's repair. There we go. Perfect. And I don't think that's a good way to go. Let's go this way instead. And we're not actually going that far, which is nice. I don't think we'll be able to go back that way. I think we're going to have to go this way. Down there. And then that will take us back to the gateway. Okay. Change the time of day too. The crane is wood. Yeah, it's a log crane. It's a log crane. Waldo, thank you for the follow on Twitch. You're playing SnowRunner. Can viewers join? No, oh dude, I had such a bad experience. The last time I ever played multiplayer with random viewers in this game, and it's so, because this used to be our favorite one to play with people, and we had such a good track record. Like, you'd get the occasional troll, but we had such a good track record with getting people in that were just genuinely wanting to play. And then one day we got a hacker in the game. We got a hacker in the game that was using a cheat menu but not telling anybody, and it corrupted my save file. Now, luckily, because the save file is so old, I have a pretty diligent habit of making manual backups on my PC. So I had a manual backup, but this guy was basically giving everybody infinite fuel. It was ages before we even noticed it was happening. He admitted to it in chat, and then when I tried to reload that save file, it was corrupted. And I realized that that could, like, literally ruin our entire SnowRunner experience. So I stopped doing multiplayer, unfortunately. SnowRunner Parts 22, Silverwood Forest multiplayer was peak. That was peak. That was also another time where we could get through it without trolls, and that was good. But you know what? We did a similar one recently on Farmstead 25. Same kind of playthrough, and it did actually go well. It was probably too many people. The server was really struggling to keep up with that many logs. If we were farming, it would have been okay, but it struggled with that many logs. And but that one went really well. I think in the future we'll just turn it down to like 10 people maybe, and we should actually be okay. Thought this was Roadcraft. That's fair. It is the same engine, to be honest. Should have found where he lived and tickled his toes in the middle of the night. I don't think I want to touch anybody's feet, let alone somebody who hacks in SnowRunner. I don't think they take showers, probably. And like, I don't care how you play SnowRunner. Jokes aside, I don't care how you play SnowRunner. It's really the wrong thing to do to join somebody else's game and use your cheat menu without asking first. Like, I think that was kind of the worst part. If they were just doing that in their own playthrough, you know, play it however you want. But I think the worst part was joining multiplayer games and doing that is a little messed up. And he was very like, yeah, you're welcome. I'm fixing the game for you. Like, he was very much like that about it. And, I don't know, it just really rubbed me the wrong way. On top of, like, you know, potentially wrecking the save I had been working on for years. It was just a weird attitude about it as well. I told you, Spark, still looking for a crew for Out of Ore. I wonder how Out of Ore would go. I feel like that one's got potential. Imagine hacking SnowRunner. A lot of people do it. You'd be surprised. A lot of people just, like, want to play it more chill. Infinite gas, you know, easy trucks, extra power, crazy trailers, infinite cargo, you know, just stuff that means they don't have to really try that hard. And I can respect that, making the game what you want to make. It is meant to be a highly moddable game that you can play however you want. So I'm not, like, against that. You just gotta, like, if you're gonna play multiplayer, you really gotta make sure you are checking in with people before you do something like that. Whitelist VIPs. That causes some drama. I was told to avoid that. That causes some drama. Not only is it a lot of work. See, the problem is there's people who have been here a long time, and I would be able to whitelist them confidently without worrying about it and without having to talk to them or anything like that. But people who have been here for like a couple of months, maybe I'm not as confident, but I don't have like a hard criteria that you have to hit. There's also like people who have been here for years that I probably wouldn't want to whitelist because I've been here for ages, but I know them, and I wouldn't want to whitelist them. And people get really, you know, disappointed when they don't get to be part of that. So I just didn't want the drama around whitelisting. Like Alex, I am going to exercise my Fifth Amendment right at this time, and I'm not going to respond to that. I remember one time I had Weebod running for zero fuel and solo and forgot, and I jumped at the chances. Didn't realize until he said, "Who fueled my truck?" Yes, and it fuels all of the trucks in the game.
510 bits. Hello,
whoa.
Slugs. How are you? And how is SnowRunner today? How's the new
I'm
map so
good,
far?
Elizabeth. The new map is really good. Elizabeth, thank you for the 510 bits. That's a ton of bits, dude. Welcome in. New SnowRunner map is really good. The logistics are nice and challenging like the last one. Okay, I was hoping I could go up that. The logistics are nice and challenging. There's no like easy path. It's one of those maps where we gotta do like 5 missions to get to the mission we actually want to do. Like we pick a mission we want to do and we're like, oh, we need access to this material. Oh, to get access to this material, we need to get this bridge. Oh, to get this bridge, I need access to this other material. Like it's got that chain reaction mission planning, which I feel like we missed for many DLCs. I feel like you kind of just could do them in whatever order you want. We're back to these crazy chain reactions. It really came back in Quebec, and then we had it for the last map. I can't remember what that was called, and we definitely have it for this one as well, which is lovely, honestly. I haven't been crazy for the past few. Really, I feel like these are on the better end, kind of middle of the pack in terms of all of the maps. They're well made, they're optimized, the missions are fun, they're just not challenging enough, but it's not a problem with the maps. You just can't make challenging maps in this game anymore with the trucks that are in the game is the real problem. Now I just grab a mod truck and set the fuel usage to 1. That way when I jump into co-op, you don't have that mod. Ah, okay, gotcha. Elizabeth!
Flux just cheered 245 bits.
Elizabeth, no more
Sounds
bits from
like
you.
Fun. Do you ever plan to do multiplayer or help with saves again in the future?
Possibly. I would have to do it on a different save though. I think it's doable. I think we would just have to do it on a separate save, which I'm cool with. I could make that happen, honestly. I just don't want to risk this save is kind of where I'm at. Like, this is a pretty chill game. The community is pretty easygoing for this one. So I think you can pull it off, but I just be a little protective about this save. My favorite is Yukon. I think you get the idea. Dude, if your favorite is Yukon, you'll never be happy with any... Oh, am I going the wrong way? You'll never be happy with any... Oh. I'm not where I thought I am. I thought I had placed a bad waypoint. But I placed a good waypoint. I'm just not where I thought I am. Yeah, if your favorite is Yukon, that's it. You're not going to be happy with any more maps ever again. They're never going to do that again. They're never going to do that again. If your favorite was Yukon, or if your favorite was Wisconsin, that you're never going to get a map that feels like those again. Generally, people did not like those. There was a lot of outcry on those ones when they came up with those mechanics. And then they retired them. Even Amber, like if you like the difficulty in Amber, I don't think we can have another Amber. I don't think it's actually possible to make anymore. You cause a certain kind of hell that's actually goated. Same thing with Wisconsin. Hated Amber, though not gonna lie, Michigan and Alaska on top. Hated Amber. You liked Yukon, but you hated Amber. Well, Yukon wasn't a physically challenging map. Like it wasn't that hard to navigate Yukon once you had your routes. Amber, it was the navigation and the getting through the mud that was tough. Favorite is Tennessee? You're a liar. You're just a dirty liar. Nobody's favorite map is Tennessee, dude. Your Tennessee is a nice state, but nobody's favorite SnowRunner map is Tennessee. That's crazy. Yukon scenery was the best. Yukon, yeah, I'll give you that. It's up there for sure. What rig do you have? Like truck in game or like physical simulator rig? Tempting to give SnowRunner another try. I feel like I'll definitely regret it. Well, do you have to buy it or do you already own it? I don't know. I feel like if you don't have to buy it, why not? You may as well give it another shot. If you didn't like it the first time and then you refunded it though, I don't know if I would buy it again. You could maybe play it on Game Pass or PS Plus or something like that. But if you've previously refunded it because you didn't like it, I don't know if I would do it again. It's 12 euros right now. That's a screaming deal, dude. That's like 800 hours of gameplay for 12 bucks. I own it on Switch and want to give it a try on PC. Ooh. That's fair. I feel like console probably has the best experience for SnowRunner right now, just because, like, compared to other console games, there's nothing else like it. But PC would be good too. How far are you into the hardcore save you started years ago? I offloaded that from the game. It's not the one that shows on the game. I've got it in a separate file on my PC, and I'd have to load it. But for sure done. I think we had mostly finished Alaska, last I remember, because I did play a little bit of it on stream. I think we were mostly finished with Alaska, but it did kind of lose all the difficulty at that point, because you no longer had to care about any of the money stuff. I think in Storm's community, there's 3 new SnowRunner players. I've been helping out with one of on one of her streams. Oh, that's cool. Glad it's still picking up new players, dude. Physical rig, I use a Next Level Racing GT Elite dummy, and it's good, but it's not convenient to have in your house. It does take up a large portion of a room. Like, whenever I show people this, they're surprised at how much room in my house is dedicated just to this driving setup. It's genuinely an entire bedroom in here. We got a 2-bedroom apartment, and one of the bedrooms is just the simulator rig, and that's it. It's the sim and what you see behind me. And then there's stuff in front of me. Like, I'm seated almost perfectly in the middle of this room. There's a whole bunch of, like, PC stuff and lighting and cameras and monitors in front of me as well. It's just like space I can't use for anything else. Hey, he used to say something about Planet Coaster yesterday just before we raided out. I didn't say anything about Planet Coaster. I'm not really a fan of tycoon games in general. I think the most into a tycoon game I've gotten is probably that other one we played, Big Ambitions. I'd argue that's a tycoon game, but it's a complicated enough tycoon game that I actually enjoy it. I usually find them, like, you have to enjoy the creativity process. I don't. I only enjoy the optimization and the efficiency part. Fortnite stream when? What did I say I would do for a Fortnite stream? 1,000 subs, I'd do a Fortnite stream. 1,000 subs from one person, I will do an 8-hour Fortnite stream. That's my price. I don't want to play Fortnite. It sounds terrible, but I will do it for $3,000. But that's my amount. Dioxazine. Thank you for the follow, dude. Taking out a loan right now? I swear to God, I'll do it. How much to not do an 8-hour Fortnite stream? So if somebody did the 1,000 subs, how much to not do it? I think I would have to do it at that point, but maybe I would do it as a reverse subathon, where every 10 subs I did like a minute less of Fortnite. No, I'd put it lower than that. Because I wouldn't want the original person to feel like I robbed them of their 1,000 subs. Although I feel like if you gift 1,000 subs, it's just gonna feel like that either way. What is this? Junkyard? Gross. How do we get back over there? We gotta go like this. And up here. Yes. Man. Next time I do this, I'm gonna bring a trailer. And bring like way more of these logs in one shot. Sparks, there have been exactly 4,000 unique chatters. Ever? That's a 4,000 people? I struggle to even imagine 4,000 people, dude. That's insane. I think Sparks would rather do 24 hours of Parsnips than 8 hours of Fortnite? To be honest with you, I'd rather do 8 hours of Fortnite than 24 hours of Parsnips. In fact, dare I say, I would rather do 8 hours of Fortnite than I would rather Parsnips. Which is making me realize something about how much I hate Parsnips, dude. That's crazy. For $5 grand, I'm getting a week of Fortnite streams. Hell no. Hell no, dude. 8 hours. 8 hours. That's the going market price. Do you play Expeditions in MudRunner? A little bit. That's probably the one I play the least is Expeditions. But everyone once in a while I get an itch to play that one because it is actually a lot of fun. Get a gaming PC. Yes, you should. There's no reason not to get a gaming PC other than the price. That's it. You know when the second truck is on the new DLC? No, I actually haven't seen either of the trucks. I am currently working on fixing some bridges. I haven't seen either of the trucks, but I haven't scouted. I haven't scouted all of the things that I could possibly scout. I am fixing bridges because I got tired of scouting. Don't do any of that. Wait, does that count? That's an insane discount on that amount. That's nuts. I'm begging you all not to get to 1,000 subs. Don't want to lose my 377 stream streak because Sparks is streaming Fortnite. You heard it here first, folks. You can't do it because Mike will lose his stream streak. He's not allowed to watch Fortnite anymore. How do you like the map so far? It's solid. It's solid. I don't think it's doing anything special yet, but it's another solid map. Feels different than other maps as much as it can at this point. 18 maps into the game. I'm happy with it. I think this is as good as a SnowRunner map can be without a new game, to be honest with you. So yeah, I think they've done a solid job. I don't know how long they'll be able to do this. Like, I couldn't crush that tree. Look at that thing. You're telling me this truck couldn't crush that tree? Can I rage quit? Or it's 4:23, I can rage quit. I can do it, chat. I'm allowed to. You had a very late reaction. I didn't think it was going to go. I thought it was going to bounce for a second and then eventually crush the tree. I didn't think we were going to lose it. No rage quitting. Can we go play the other game? Can I go play Iron Nest now or what? Should I send maybe I'll send a truck out there first. Holy, I forgot about that thing. That'll do it. One step below rage quitting. I'll drive this over. It's like not that far away. And then we'll go do a mission of Iron Nest instead. Not enough time to do Docked. I don't want to play this game and then play Docked. I'm realizing that the games feel too similar. And I think I'll be tired of Docked. But let's go do a mission of Iron Nest. We only have 2 missions left anyways. May as well do it. Play Star Citizen for a week for 1,000 subs. A week? No. I'm not doing anything for a week. That's too long. I bought Trucker Logistics Sim yesterday, by the way. It is a decent game. Driving on controller feels weird. Have to play around with steering wheel sensitivity, I think. I think probably, yes. Yeah. No, that is a really fun game. They've done a good job. Can I play some Farm Sim 25 tonight? We're gonna do Farm Sim 25 all day tomorrow, Jonathan. You'll get some Farm Sim tomorrow. I like to mix it up a little bit because if you play Farm Sim 25 every single day, you start to burn out. As with any game, I do find I'm the kind of person that has to mix it up a little bit. I'll be totally transparent with you guys. I know that the most successful thing I could possibly stream is Farm Sim 25 24/7. If that's what I did, I would be, probably more successful, but I would hate it. I couldn't play that much Farm Sim. I would burn out. I made that mistake a few times while I was streaming until I realized I had to mix it up once, sometimes twice a week. And then I can stay interested in the games. Even though I want to play Farm Sim right now, I know if I indulge in that too much, I will get bored of it. So I gotta mix it up. Do you have DDR4, DDR5? If you know what PC stuff, which one should I get with those insane prices? I mean, listen, you should get DDR5 if it's within your budget. It'll future-proof your PC more than DDR4 will. I have DDR4, and I can play all of our modern games no problem, zero issue. I got a 4070 Ti, 32 gigs of DDR4. I have a 2 terabyte SSD, which is currently putting in a lot of the work for these games. And an i9, a 10.9K i9 or 13K i9, I can't remember. And so DDR4 will be fine. as always with PC, the answer is if you have the budget, go with the biggest thing you can do. You also do DDR6? Probably. Probably. Sparks, you and Petunia merch are going to watch Harry Styles in London tomorrow. You're taking me and Petunia on a t-shirt or what? Also, Flixie, that sounds awesome. I bet a Harry Styles show would be pretty good. I find I can enjoy shows for artists that I don't like. I wouldn't typically listen to their music outside of a show, but I still generally enjoy shows for music I don't typically listen to. The new DLC on Farmstead with the emergency pack is cool. Yes, we're gonna do that tomorrow as well, if we can afford our fire truck. I hear the fire truck's expensive. Are you gonna upgrade? No, probably not. I'm still doing good without upgrading this PC. So there's no need. To be honest, this PC might just last longer than we're used to PCs lasting because games are just not getting that much more hard to run. It used to be when I first got into PCs, if a new game came out and you did not upgrade your PC, you could not run it at like recommended graphics. And now, I mean, you don't have to upgrade your PC to continue running games at the highest graphics with ray tracing. You got a 4070 Ti, you're running everything on max anyways. So I don't know if we're gonna have to upgrade our PCs as much as we used to. Wolfie, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Creepy Eagle, welcome in. Georgia, welcome back as well. Guys, how was your stream? Premixed. How was your what the heck were you playing today? Were you doing some SnowRunner? Or were you back on the farm? Guys, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Chat, please go give Wolfie a follow. Just hit that little heart there at the top of your screen. Awesome stream over there. And what were you playing today? Wolfpack raid. Daryl, welcome in as well. My PC specs, an i9 4070 Ti, 32 gigs of DDR4, and 2 terabytes SSD. Uh-oh. I might get hung up here. Nope. The Mastodon, doesn't matter. Stream was good, was on the farm playing on Smoky Mountain again. Ah, hell yeah, dude. We're taking a break from the farming to test out the new SnowRunner map, and I really like it so far. All right, that bridge is a goner. I don't know if we ever get to fix it or what, but that bridge is a goner. In Farmstead 25, I'm in my new save. Should I do 80s or modern, and what tractor brand should I use? I don't think you have to commit to an 80s playthrough, but at the very least, you should add a bunch of older equipment like 70s, 80s, 90s equipment, and then use that in your early game because it's cheaper than like modern equipment. So you don't necessarily have to like force yourself to only use 80s equipment, although that might be fun. But I think you should put some on your game to just to make the early game more dynamic, you know? I would recommend the Case IH 1066 Hydro, the Fiat 650 Universal, the Ford Series 10 pack, and then some small implements to go with it, because the game doesn't really have some implements that those trucks would, or tractors would feel good with, so I would add those in as well. At the end of the day, graphics are just a preference. Look at Valheim, amazing game with just some blurry pixels. It's more important that the gameplay is smooth and good. I agree. I do know that there are people out there that care a lot about graphics. Yeah, I would upgrade my PC when it stopped being able to run new games at 60 FPS on any sort of setting, or at least any moderately good-looking setting. But to be honest with you, I truly think... Oh, do I think we're at a point now where this PC will last me 10 years? I have not noticed any difference in the most brand new games anymore. And like I said, it used to be where playing a brand new AAA game, you just knew you weren't going to run it at max graphics. I've been running every new game at max graphics for 6 years on this PC. I upgraded the 4070 3 years ago. And it's just because the previous GPU couldn't stream and play the games at the same time. When it comes to playing the game, without streaming specifically, max graphics, ray tracing, 60 FPS, no problem. Hi Gunnerus, how's it going? Welcome in. There's a 4090 i9 14.9K, 192 gigs of DDR5. What? Why? What do you use? Is yours like for animation? That's not a gaming PC. You've got something else. 990 Pro SSD. Well done. Well done. Good choice, dude. I just swapped mine out for the 9100. What do you use 192 gigs for, dude? You don't hit that though, do you? Like, is there anything you do where you hit that? Recommended from Creepy Horseman. Oh my god, no way. We love Creepy Horseman around here. Gunners, thank you for dropping by the stream, dude. I appreciate it. Whenever I want, yeah, but like, surely you don't break 64 usage. I would like to see that PC. I need to see a screenshot of your resource manager running anything higher than 64. But yes, you're right. Whatever you want is the answer. Dude, you can run like every farm sim mod installed at once, probably. That's awesome. Get back into this, probably give us more leverage here. Best truck to start? Well, your only options are the GMC and the International. The International is the best starting truck until you get the White Western Star. Then that one is really good. And then the first truck a lot of people buy is the 3080. It's called the Paystar 3080. And it's one of the best trucks to buy in the early game. Although, to be honest with you, the White Western Star can probably do almost everything that the 3080 can. I think people like the 3080 for Alaska, though, because it handles the snow okay. Kidlog is my favorite Farms of 25 map, Damix. Hey. Thanks, Bubba. I appreciate that. Yeah, I always appreciate if you guys leave the stream running while you're not there. Thanks so much, dude. Heck was that sound? Was the birds? Today's your birthday, Maidon. Happy birthday. That's freaking awesome. All right, now this one might be tough because this doesn't have any upper winch points, but to like tip it down. It's a notoriously tough truck to tip. Might not be able to crane it back up. We might have to muscle this one back up. Crane can't do it. Okay. I mean, we could probably do. We got a low enough winch point here. I didn't even move, dude. How'd you flip that truck? I hit a tiny little branch and it flipped the entire truck. It was the most SnowRunner flip of all time. I thought I could crush that little tree right there, and it hit it and it just immediately rolled over. Oh, these are indestructible trees? What? These little ones? Here's another one, same type. Holy, the Mastodon can't even break it. Are any of these trees destructible on this map? Like, usually the Mastodon is just running right through these. Interesting. Okay, they apparently have very, very sturdy wood in Mexico. What about those stupid ferns? Can I at least break those? You're gonna end up flipping the crane? I don't know, Mastodon. If you can flip a Mastodon, time to play something else. I know, I did not respect that tree at all. Okay, so we can wreck those ferns. Although I think I might just be on top of it. But not the trees. Holy. Dude, once these Kenworths go, they go. They're done. Come on. There frankly is not another truck that could do this if this one can't. There we go. Now, I think we actually did end up crushing that tree that we said we couldn't crush. Make it daytime again. Okay. We did end up wrecking it in the process, which is good. Oh, we broke it. That's how you do it. Good to know. On Farms of 25, I got an onion picker upper on sale for 300,000 for 500,000. How do you know if it's worth buying? Do you plan on doing onions? Because that's probably worth buying. How many hours are on the clock though? Like it should tell you the engine hours. How many hours? No way. Oh, we're gonna flip again. We're good. That's your next project? Yeah, how many hours are on that? Man, I wish you could do these cranes in first person. Oops. Ever buy a harvester on sale? That's not technically a harvester, so I feel like you might be able to get away with it. 16.4? Yes, get it. That's good. That's a good deal. Honestly, anything under 30 hours is a good deal as long as you understand that you need to repair it every time before you use it. Yeah, holy, 16 hours is an awesome... 16 hours for almost 50% off? That's killer, dude. Yeah, harvester, you got to be careful with harvesting equipment in general. I would not buy one, frankly, over 20 hours. I just wouldn't even bother. Maybe 25 to 30 if you're okay with repairing very, very regularly. And you know you can be diligent about it, but that's about it. What does the farm stick do on PS5 for Farm Sim 25? Everything. It does everything. Everything you want it to do, it does. I actually, in the Discord today, if you go to the Discord, Guinea, in the Discord today, I sent all of the keybinds, actually, for every console for Farm Sim 25 on the Farm Stick. I sent it for Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. If you're curious, it should be one of the last things in the Farm Sim channel. If you want to take a look. Okay. We're gonna get this to its destination. If I tip again, over, dude. Don't flip it now. You're gonna download it on logs. Well, see, I'm gonna be smarter. I'm gonna leave this crane here. So this is the strat. So if you're a new player to SnowRunner, there's a strat. And yes, Guinea, it is worth it. It absolutely is worth it without a doubt. If you ever send a truck out to fix another truck, do not bring it back in. Don't recover that truck. What a lot of people do is so like we did, they'll bring a crane truck out. They'll fix the thing they want to fix, and then they will recover the crane truck. Do not recover it unless you actually need it for something else. Leave it on the map until you need it, because you never know if you'll flip another truck there or another truck nearby, or if you'll just have a random truck passing through that needs some gas. If you take a truck out of the garage, do not recover it until you need it for something else. The difference is if you're moving to another map, recover all your trucks so you have them. Like if you're moving to another region, not just the other map on the one, but leave them there as long as you can. The repair for the onion picker upper is only 15,000 euros, so saved over 200. Well, no, because you'll have to repair it more often, so it will cost more money on a regular basis. Like it'll cost you money every year, but you did still save a good chunk of cash. That's a good buy, dude. We flip out, we did it. We got it. Okay, then we take a left up here. This game is starting to hurt my shoulder, actually. It keeps ripping my arms out of their sockets, though. Okay, time for Iron Nest. Okay, let's get this delivered so we can accomplish something today. And then we'll go knock out one of those Iron Nest missions. That sounds good. I got a video to edit, I think, later. Unless Sparky got it, we'll see. Saving for the upfront payment is much better. I agree. I think in the long run, like unless you're gonna play that save for 30 in-game years, you'll save money on that one. Don't do it, Aaron. Don't even bother. 350 Raptor. Thank you for the follow on TikTok, by the way. Gonna play Roadcraft because the new DLC where you get 2 new maps. I played it. It's actually really good. I would say the newest maps in Roadcraft are probably some of the best we've ever had. I don't know if there's another new DLC coming out, but the most recent one, I really liked it. I thought they did a good job with that one. The trucks were a little goofy. They have fixed them allegedly. But some of those trucks were a little on the rough side. Especially that really tippy one. Sparks, question for you. Is the ocean a soup? No. It's a tea. It can't be a soup. It's not cooked. But it can be a tea. Why not? Because it's not cooked. You have to cook a soup for it to be a soup. You can serve it cold, but you have to cook it to extract the flavors, but not tea. You can cold brew a tea, and it's still tea. So the ocean is a tea. There's vegetables in it and fish. I've had tea with fish in it. Say like it's something weird. Gazpacho? If you tried to tell somebody gazpacho was a soup, you'd really upset them. For somebody who like actually, you know, is culturally attached to gazpacho, if you said soup, I don't think they'd be very happy with you. It's like the Italians with pasta. It is noodles. We just pretend it's something else because they don't like when we call it noodles. Pickle, thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate that. Tea is cooked. Not always. There's cold brew tea and cold brew coffee that's never heated up. So the ocean could be tea and coffee. But coffee has to be made with coffee beans. Tea does not. Tea can be anything. You can make anything into tea. I stand by it. The ocean is tea with fish in it, which is gross. But I'm not here to judge how gross your tea is. Just the technicality of it. Does Petunia have a birthday? Yes, it's May 5th. But do you put fish in your tea? You could put fish in your tea, yeah. I don't know, do you put sand in your soup? There's sand in there as well. You put sand in your soup? That's where you draw the line, is there's fish in the tea? There's sand in there. Do you poop in your soup? Do you have poop soup? Are you a poop soup eater, Bun Bun? Probably not. Maybe. Maybe you're a poop and sand soup eater. And then this whole thing makes sense all of a sudden. But I won't take opinions from poop sand soup eaters, dude. That's crazy. Tea is boiled, so is the ocean boiled? Tea is not necessarily boiled. Tea can be cold brewed. Poop soup sipper. Poop soup sipper, dude. I know. Chad, I'm too tired for this. Never too tired to defend soup and tea. I also thought I was gonna flip there, actually. I've had clam poop before. I've eaten the brains of a tuna. It's quite good. Okay, that's fine. But do you poop in your soup? Wait, you eat clam poop on purpose? That seems like a bad idea. When is Iron Nest? As soon as I get this around this corner and delivered. I go a little bit over time. I know. We'll do a whole mission. Can't wait for Sunday to make a seafood boil, my first one. Dude, my only tip for making seafood boils is season it way, way, way more than you think. When you see those videos of people dumping entire packets of like assorted spices into a seafood boil, they're not doing it for like views. That is how you're supposed to season a seafood boil. The first one I ever made was decent, but I should have just dumped the entire spice mixes. I didn't actually use spice mixes. I put spices in manually. I should have just dumped the whole thing. Just bought whole bags and dumped them in there. I would actually recommend... buying a dedicated spice mix. They are really good, honestly. We got one called Slap Ya Mama, and it's very, very good. It's probably one of the more famous mixes, and it's amazing, dude. This is all we have to do. We just have to deliver to here. Oh, I can't turn it fast enough for this. Hope you flip 2 kilometers to the finish and you have to start over. Dude, 2 kilometers is like halfway to the finish. 2 kilometers is an insane amount of space in SnowRunner.